Morning. Welcome to the Tennessee Certified Trainer Committee meeting. Today is March the 4th, 2022, and the time is time is 9:08. My name is Cody Vest. I'm the Executive Director for Private Protective Services. We're going to move right on to the roll call. Curtis Brown, Dustin Madison, Jack Bird, Leroy Ferris,
Present.
Frank Gaddis,
Present.
Blaze Lane,
Here.
Angel Rodriguez,
Present.
Donald Gregory,
Present.
January Farrell, Frankie Lax.
Present.
Okay, let the record show we do have a quorum. All right, we'll move on to the agenda, please. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make that motion
to approve.
A second.
We had a motion by Frankie Lax and seconded by Leroy Ferris. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? No opposition. All right, we'll move down to the minutes, please. Do I have a motion to accept the minutes? Well, first let me ask, was there any corrections that needed to be made? All right, I'll accept a motion to accept the minutes from January the 28th of 2022.
Motion to approve.
I second.
I have a motion by Frankie Lax, seconded by Frank Gaddis. Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed? Motion carries. All right, I'll turn the proceedings over to Jeff Winfrey.
Well, good morning. Appreciate everybody showing up that could be here today. We at our last meeting we had several changes to some slides, and I've got my copies here of the slides that we wanted to change, and I did make some changes. I have added some slides, and so what I probably will do is just run through just real quickly and show you what I've added. Some of the slides at the end of the presentation were y'all had some concerns about some of the language, some of the way we were saying things, so I've gone in and made some changes on that, and also made a change to one of the test questions. So we'll look at that.
Excuse me, just a second. What I really wanted us to try to address and make sure we have in this presentation is de-escalation. I know we touched on it, but have we touched on it enough? For instance, if I should get some legislation from the Hill about security guards, the topic would be de-escalation. I want to make sure we have everything covered. So Jeff, when you get to that point, let's go over it again.
I have added some material to the de-escalation, so I'll just go to that real quick. I think I will. Can't go back previous to slide 1 for those of you that are PowerPoint savvy. Go ahead and get up to that. I think pretty much there were no changes the last time until we got to about 46. Oh, I'll tell you what it was. It was 45. And Blaze had made a comment on this particular slide, and so I added that last bullet point down there at the bottom. So
Let the record show that Jack Bird is here. Thank you.
Right. Please. You
let the record show he has a donut.
have a donut. I'm armed.
So I added this bullet point. Have I demonstrated that my training is good enough that I am not a liability? So that's a question that Blaze wanted the student to be thinking about. So it's a good point. I think the statistics are good. Like I keep going backwards. I'll eventually get it right, I think. This is new. I used it last time though, so I've digressed. Okay, this is where slide 46 is where the use of force continuum starts. Goes to use the circular form.
Any other nation.
And from here on till we finish the use of force continuum, every slide says de-escalation should be the focus and objective of every difficult or potentially hostile situation. So as I've said before, if you hear something once, it may be important. If you hear it twice, it's probably important. If you hear it 3 times, there's no question it's important. And if you hear it 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 times, that's a very important point. So it's on every one of them. And this slide talks about the model. And as you see, the de-escalation statement is on that slide as well. Here we use an example of how the student would talk to someone if they were on their post and somebody came up. And then these next few slides go into each type or each step on the force continuum. It talks about the colors. And of course, level 1 is officer presence. Just the officer standing there in uniform is a level of force, just because they are the authority and they're there. And we talk a little bit about the next step, which is the verbal communication, where you may have to talk to the person, and so your demeanor, the way your professional appearance and the way you're talking to that person is going to be important. You're going to be calling them sir, ma'am, whatever is appropriate. Then we go into the yellow section, which is the starting out with soft physical control. You may have to actually put your hands on the person. And then we move up to hard physical control, which would be, if you go back to the old PPCT, which it's my understanding that the police academy now is using mostly SSGT. And anyway, you may have to lay hands on them and use pressure point techniques or something like that to get them to comply. Then level 4 is your orange level, which is where the intermediate weapons come in. And with this agency, the intermediate weapons that we regulate are baton, chemical spray, and we've been calling them electronic control devices. In our rule and our statute, it's always referred to as a stun gun. But tasers and stun guns, of course, they're brand names, and we've talked about that, how we probably would prefer to call those electronic control devices. So I've put that terminology in the presentation, and then down the road, when we go to a rule change, we'll entertain changing that name. Once again, de-escalation should be your focus. And then that brings us to level 5, which is the red zone, and that is lethal force. And of course, you're going to teach that the way this chart shows, it's not really a step like the old pyramid version of this, where you step up and step up. This is kind of arranged where you can pull up and back up all throughout the whole thing. But of course, we're going to teach that it can go from officer presence direct. Your assailant or your bad guy or whoever you're dealing with may start out at level 5. We had a situation here in Metro several months ago where officer pulled somebody over, the guy, door flings open, he jumps out and he's got butcher knives, and he comes running back, and he started at level 5 and never showed any signs of going anywhere else with that. So, we're going to point out that we're always going to start out in the green zone, but the other person may not start there. They may start at level 5, but we're going to do everything we can within reason to de-escalate. So we've talked a lot about de-escalation up to this point. We get to that. We've talked about this point, this bottom bullet point. If you're trying to de-escalate a situation and something happens that you feel like this is the point where I can pull my firearm, is that going to de-escalate the situation? It may or may not. Most people, if you pull a gun on them, they're going to stop and do whatever you ask them to do. But it could have the opposite effect. When you pull a gun, that may elicit the fight or flight response in that other person. That's a question that nobody is ever going to be able to know until it happens. But it's something that you need to think about. What's going to happen if you do get to this point and you draw your firearm? It may not de-escalate the situation. But if you're at that level and you are justified in doing so, it is what it is. That's where you are. Here we talk a little bit more about what would happen if, here's some questions that you need to ask. Were your actions those that a reasonable, well-trained, prudent security guard or officer would take faced with a similar set of circumstances? You need to be thinking about those kind of things. De-escalation here is mentioned once again. Now, we've talked a lot about de-escalation. All those slides, you're going to reiterate de-escalate, de-escalate, de-escalate. But so far, we've not talked about what does it mean to de-escalate? What are some things that you can do? So this is where I added, I think, 3 slides. 3 for de-escalation. And one of the things that I did, I went online and I found something from it was some police department in Texas that had their de-escalation policy right there online. It said, here's what we do. And so I didn't copy that word for word, but I used that sort of as an outline. And so it pretty much said communicate, remain calm, listen. And I used some of their language and I used some of mine. So here in the very first part, in the communicate part, I have used this for most of my professional career. I use the feel, felt, found method. Hey, I know how you feel. I had something similar happen to me the other day, and I felt the same way. But I found that once I learned the facts of the situation, I found things to be different. You can use that to talk to anybody about anything, even though you may not really know what their beef is. So all this time you're going to be talking to them. You're going to communicate with them. You need to remain calm. If you remain calm, they are more likely to remain calm. If you get all bent out of shape and raise your voice, I mean, you know, I know how I am. If somebody starts yelling at me, I start yelling back. So you got to be real careful to not do that. So you need to remain calm. Listen. Sometimes you just need to listen to them. Hear them out. Listen to what their problem is. Let them give their side of the story. Sometimes that's all somebody wants, is just for somebody to listen to what their complaint is. They just want a chance to tell their side of the story. Explain what you're doing and why you're doing it, and explain that it's equitable. Hey, I'm here working for the client. The client requires identification to get beyond this point. We do everybody. You know, last week his brother-in-law showed up, and I didn't know who he was. I made him show me his ID before I'd let him go past this point. So let them know that you know what's happening and why you're doing it, and that you're doing according to policy. Show them dignity and respect. Make sure that you treat them the way you would want to be treated. Again, you can use the feel, felt, found method to do this. Hey, I know how you feel. I realize you've left your ID in the car, but I need you to go back out there and get it. Or, you know, whatever the situation is. Have patience. Slow things down. Use time on your side. And if you will slow down and use careful thought and consideration, that usually tends to lead you to making a better decision. It also allows time for help to arrive. You may have already noticed that you think you're going to have trouble with this person, and you may have signaled to your partner who's working there with you, hey, you might need to go get somebody. They can be going to get some help while you continue to talk to this person. So slow things down. Contain the threat. Hey, let's come over here and let's see if we can step over here and talk. We got some more people coming through. Let's step over this way and talk. So now maybe you've stepped over to a place where there's fewer people. Maybe you step inside the conference room, which happens to be right there adjacent to where you are. So if they do go berserk and hurt somebody, maybe it won't be all the customers that are coming in. You've kind of moved them over to an isolated area. Again, you may have an opportunity here to request resources. You may have a panic button or some kind of signal that you can push a button or signal to someone else. You may be there by yourself. You know, you never know where this is going to happen and how and when. Use your training and your life experiences. You may be brand new on the job, maybe your first day, and you're having a difficult customer. Or you may have been doing this for 30 years. That's going to vary, and it's not always going to be available for everybody. You know, that first day on the job person, they don't have a lot of training, well, they've got training, but they don't have a lot of experience maybe. I used the feel, felt, found example again, and then I go ahead and mention here, if everything you've done so far fails, this person, maybe they've started out at level 5 and they're just not going to back off, then you know you've got to go through your steps and make sure that you're justified if you're going to use lethal force or deadly force, and you're going to have to live with the consequences and the criminal and civil liability and emotional distress and the whole thing that's going to follow with that. So that's what I've added for deadly force. So what do y'all think? I mean, not for deadly force, but for de-escalation. Angel?
I think it's great, first of all.
How long is it going to take to do this?
If all you do is read through the slides, you know, how long did it take me to do that? Probably 10 minutes. Now we can go back to the outline, or I can go here. I can go here and put the instructor will spend 15, 30 minutes. You know, we can specify it.
If you include the deadly force aspect, I'm counting about 4 right now out of the 50. So.
If I might just add something to consider, I would think adding this is great. I'm just like Angel, but there should be probably practical exercise.
Like a kind of a show and tell. Okay.
Scenario.
And again, I can go, well, I can either do it here, or I can put it, I keep going the wrong direction. I can put it at the end. I can just drop in another slide here and just say the instructor will spend 15, 20, 30, whatever amount of time, because I've got several slides over in the second section where we're talking about handling firearms. I've got slides in there right now that says the instructor will spend XX minutes, and so I was going to let you all help me fill that in. How many minutes do we want to spend? Because as Angel pointed out the last time, we only have maybe 3 or 4 hours worth of material here, and I want to be able to spend a lot of time with hands-on, tap rack ready. Do that 20 times, 30 times. Holster, unholster, holster, unholster. So that's going to come later, and so I want to figure out how much time we want to spend doing all that kind of stuff, because we've got 8 hours.
Sure. And I think one of the fundamental questions we have to ask, especially when we're talking about how much time are we going to spend, is, am I presenting the information or am I teaching the information? Those are two wildly different things. So I concur that this is excellent. I am definitely in support of the scenario-based, because that's what I kind of do, is I make them use their brains. I don't just give them the information. I make sure they return it and they retain it and they can actually apply it. So it doesn't even have to be like a thespian theatrical production, but if you ask them questions and say, how would you handle this situation? And they get multiple people involved so that they can learn from each other what works, what doesn't work. Because just like good words can de-escalate a situation, I always tell them the wrong words can absolutely escalate a situation. So it's important to get their thought process out now, because then I like to address it then. Hey, you specifically are saying things this way you might not want to, but you can't do that if you don't get them to talk.
Any interest here possibly in incorporating some videos at this point, particularly? Something that we could show them responses. We can ask them also the same thing. What do you think this is?
I'm gonna let Cody speak to that.
You have to ask me again.
Okay. He's saying, would this be a good place that we could put in some videos? So Cody's question is going to be, where are the videos going to come from? Who's going to make them? And
I wouldn't even say, we can make them if you want to, but I would suggest, we have plenty of other curriculum out there that we can get consent to use that show different varying levels of force in all the continuums. That's going to show what's the appropriate response for each one.
We've been on this planet a long time. There's plenty of video out there.
I don't know that we necessarily need to make one. None of us look like movie stars yet. Maybe Blaze. I'm going to give
we
it to
do
you.
have one movie star in the corner over there.
I know. It is. He derives all of his power from that. That's it.
As long as we can get consent to use it, I think that's fine if we've got third parties making it. I'm not sure if there's someone that you're using already that you've already gotten consent from, or if there are agencies that do that. But that would just be the only thing we'd look at. I think if you have an individual trainer who's using something without consent, they're probably not going to get caught realistically. But just because we're saying the state's putting it out there, we just want to make sure that we're, not doing anything, not taking anyone's intellectual property without any type of consent.
What are the rules Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. What are the rules surrounding open source, like YouTube? So there are plenty of videos where a scenario plays out. It's CCTV footage. We're not looking for anyone's intellectual property on how they handled it. It is in accordance exactly what happened. It's just a video of what happened. Is that allowed, not allowed?
Don't we want to say, and once the video goes up, we're saying
So because we have individual curriculum, some of us have paid for it, some of us don't, we have consent to use it for our purposes. So what I would want to do is probably say, whatever we decide on, let's go to whoever produced it and just say, hey, would you care if we put this in mass consumption for across the state of Tennessee? Most people are going to say yes. They want the recognition of it.
Just to clarify, are you talking about videos where it kind of explains this stuff? Or I'm thinking more
Scenarios.
just like CCTV footage, stuff that's real life happened, and then you as the instructor are giving the information, because there is no one producing that. It is just a video that is a video.
If it's something in the public domain, that's not a problem at that point.
So what we are going to eventually have is a presentation that somewhere down the road we see this as, you will use this. And it won't be suggested. It'll be, this is what the state of Tennessee has adopted and you shall use it.
Does that include PSOs?
Well,
Okay, just asking.
we want it to.
I want to hit the golden child.
you're in the statute.
I'm just asking.
And we will be doing compliance inspections also
At PSOs?
at all training.
¿Por qué?
Oh.
Oh.
But once this course is in place, we will be doing.
Oh, Lord. Help them.
And that's why we want to make sure that, it's one thing if you're out there using something, we have a suggested curriculum and you just decide you're going to use whatever and you're doing it. But if we are going to create something and we're going to say, ye shall do this, then we need to make sure that it. And I I have steered away from videos and stuff right now because they're very difficult to work with PowerPoints. You have to embed them. You have to, and like if I already have trouble sending Curtis Brown large emails attachments. I have to send 2 or 3 different ones in order to get them to him because different email servers like Outlook will only let you send so many pictures and so many videos, so much amount at any one time.
So just one of my thoughts on that. Whenever people start applying for their training license, okay, to be a trainer, their registration there, raise the cost $5 and let's give them a flash drive.
Well,
let's contain the information because you can't transport that electronically.
My idea has been for us to be able to place this on the PPS website, and y'all can go there and log in and get it and download it. And there, if you have fiber optic, it takes this much, and you've got the latest and greatest, whatever we've approved and put on there. And I asked the question recently, and it kind of went crazy. People thought that I was asking them to do that right now, and I was just on a fact-finding mission to find out if we could do that or not. But it's my understanding that the Department of Safety, who are my handgun carry instructors? Several. The Department of Safety puts their stuff out there, and you can download the latest and greatest, whatever they're...
Yes. When you log into your portal, your handgun assignment portal, there is the spot where you can download the entire presentation, both for Microsoft and Mac, for all of those that are cool.
Well, and I'm hoping that we can do something exactly like that, and then every certified trainer in the state will have access to whatever materials that we have decided that we want to be using. Okay?
I want everybody to remember this course is going to be provided to all security personnel in the state of Tennessee. We have been able to determine perhaps maybe not all trainers are training the same way. That's what actually started this whole conversation with the committee. So we're hoping if things work out that we're going to put it on you as trainers will have certain access to a database, and you can go into it anytime. That allow us to make changes as we would need to make it. That way we can guarantee every trainer has the same course. And then we were doing, like I said, the compliance inspections to come in to make sure that you are teaching that same course. The gentlemen sitting at this table around here now, you probably all do the proper training. I'm not going to say you don't, but there are trainers that are not in the state of Tennessee. And we are working towards a PSO guard being trained the same way as a contract security guard. We're hoping not to have a distinction. If you're a security guard, you should be trained to change the same from north to east, south to west. Makes no difference in the state of Tennessee. That's the goal that I'm shooting for, with your assistance.
And I would like to also add that what we come out with are going to be the minimum standards. If you wanted to add 15 minutes to a segment and you had your own video that you made in your man cave, then by all means you can use that, as long as it is in addition to and not in lieu of. If you just have something that you really think is going to be beneficial, then, I mean, when I teach biology in a college classroom, I teach it a little bit different than the next professor does. It's just, but I have to make sure I hit the minimum standards that university has set. You have to meet minimum standards, especially if it's a state school. You have to meet certain minimum standards. You also have to meet those standards for accreditation. But there's nothing that says you can't go above and beyond that if you have a better way of presenting something. or teaching it, whichever. To me, presenting and teaching, I understand, Blaze, what you're saying, but if you're in the business of teaching something, what you present is what you're teaching, and what you're teaching is what you present. So I don't draw that big a distinction, but if you're just going to stand there and read it and say, okay, I went over everything. I've had professors that had 2 PhDs and couldn't teach anything. So just because you are information rich doesn't mean that you're a good presenter or teacher. And you can be a good presenter and a teacher and not be the most information rich person, but as long as you know where to go get it, then you can present it. So yes, we'll entertain adding something there, because the de-escalation part is very important. It is where we are in society right now. I mean, everything you do or don't do is going to be under the microscope and in the spotlight. And so we want to make sure that we train everybody as adequately as possible. Any other discussion on the de-escalation?
I like Blaze's idea. I think if we get a couple of public domain videos and maybe ask a question or two after presenting each one of the videos as part of the presentation,
Okay.
That'd be great.
Megan, if you make a note to just add a slide after 60 about de-escalation. Just mention something.
Just real
about
quick,
that.
I certainly don't want to do like a government-sponsored video where we film it, but if you want an example, the handgun carry class, for anyone who teaches that, there's that whole section where like the scenario plays out, the person either shoots or don't shoot, and then they ask the questions after that. So if you look at the handgun carry class, they have an architectural type if you want to model it similarly.
Okay.
With a format.
And I'm wondering
Video
if
questions.
we could possibly use the same thing. That's something I could ask. I know the director of that program now. I talk with him not frequently, but I know who he is, and he knows who I am because we've talked before. I mean, no sense in reinventing the wheel, right? Now, as far as test questions are concerned, do we feel like we need to? I mean, if we've got 4 questions out of 50. Who's my math whiz? What is that? What percentage is that? 4 out of 50. What? 8%? Thinking about that, that was pretty quick. I'm just kidding.
I mean, are we spending an hour on de-escalation? If we added it.
I think the best you're going to get out of it is, even if we added the video, Ms. Vest, I think the best you're going to get is maybe a half hour. With what we got right now, like he just said, he spent 15 minutes on it, and if we did a couple videos and question and answers, you're maybe doing a half hour.
My answer is depends on the number of students.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, do you all limit your classes when you teach a armed guard class?
I got a limit of 34
But yours are unarmed.
in our armed classes.
You teach 34 armed? Whew. What about some of the rest of you? How many armed students do you entertain? But what about in the classroom? You limit it to 10 and
We're going to have to go to range and it's 5 and 5.
yeah,
For range management.
right.
I'm not worried about so much classroom management. I've got
Absolutely, and that's a handful right there. You got
And as we say, Angel, you separate the range and classroom, though. Is that right?
Correct, but even at the range, it'll be all the same people
Okay.
that were in the classroom at the range. We've got a good sized cadre though for
Okay.
range
No, that
safety.
makes sense. I was just thinking, I thought I remembered that you all separated a little bit.
Yes.
How many of those will be shooting at the same time?
We have 8 shooting at the same time.
Okay,
On the-
so that brings it back down to reality right there. Okay, so yeah. Well, then, I mean, you can, like when I teach hunter safety, it's just how many signs up and shows up. You can limit it by doing pre-registration. So those are just some things that you got to be thinking about. I mean, you can get it to be where it's somewhat unmanageable if you've got too many. When I teach a college biology class, it's whoever shows up, and of course the university will place restrictions on how many people are going to be in that class, and that's usually based on how big your classroom is and how big your lab is. Because there's always a lab component that goes along with that, so you don't want to have too many people that you don't have. If you've got 20 microscopes and 30 people, then 10 people are not going to be able to look at the same time. So, all right, so we will, I will need you to send me or direct me to where we're going to get this from. Because I'm still working on some other things, and I need to depend on y'all to, if you want to put this in there, can I count on you?
Yes.
Okay.
Collectively.
Okay.
Well, we still going to look at using some of the scenarios.
Well, if we can use that, if we can use that, then I'd just as soon. I mean, that could be the source. If we can do that.
The ones from the handgun carry class are quite specific to concealed carry. I was just looking at more of a model. Definitely, I can't think of any of those that I would use as like a security guard scenario.
Talking about the handgun class. So you think maybe that might not be appropriate for what we're trying to accomplish?
I also think a lot of people that have a handgun carry permit and an armed guard license do not need to get the doctrines confused. I don't want anyone to get any of this training. Oh, I've seen that before. No.
The handgun carry class videos are all the people that are in the handgun carry unit, and they had someone come and film them, make these really
Say it.
these very low budget videos, and they're just meant to spark the conversation about, is my shooting justified? But it's not about de-escalation. It's not about what were the tactical rationale behind where they were, what they were doing, anything like that. It's just civilians. And so I think there are plenty of videos out there on open source, on just free public domain, especially on YouTube, where people have these videos where they've been in scenarios. And does anyone know active self-protection, ASP? You've seen his videos. He breaks them down all the time. And so there are plenty of videos out there where it actually is a context of a security guard, a law enforcement officer, or something that would be more appropriate to what we're doing. And
You and Jack are going to provide those for me.
Well, one of the things I'd throw in there is part of what Blaze is saying, that same channel. What they do is kind of present the scenarios and the laws that were behind it as to why that person did something right or wrong. We could do the same thing without the video, is just describe what the scenario is, use pretty good descriptive language, and say, hey, what would you do, A, B, C, or D? And just throwing that out there if we wanted to get away from a big video production.
I don't know that we want to get in the production business. There's so much of this out there. I can send it to everybody. We'll just send a bunch. We can choose it as a group, what we like to represent each level But I think if there was a time and place for us to spend some energy into, not that I'm against the idea of descriptive language, but if there is anything we want to drive home, it's this. So let's give them a visual.
And pictures and video, as we've all grown up knowing, a picture's worth 1,000 words. So, I mean, I'm okay with that. It's just that I want you all to help contribute to that so we can make sure we've got what.
What if you did both? I mean, are there trainers who have issues with technology that it may be better to, if you provide both and say consider using one or both of these? I mean, I think in some ways it's one thing to look at something on a screen, read it several times, and kind of make that decision based off that. But if you're watching something that's in real time, especially I like the idea of the CCTV footage, if something like that could be used, of showing, this is that split-second decision of, you've got to make this decision here to de-escalate or something else, versus being able to read it, go back and read it again, and kind of really think about it. You're not going to have that luxury probably in the field. So if you can do both, that'd be great. But I just want to make sure that, if we're accommodating anyone who has technology issues, maybe having the written scenarios as well could be helpful if someone wants to write those.
I think that's probably a good idea because there will be when you look at the state of Tennessee from one end to the other, and you look at 400 and we're about at 450 now. You look at 450 people trying to use this material. We do not want to put something out there that's going to eliminate somebody. We want to make sure that everybody can use the material that we have. So I think it's probably a good idea to have maybe a combination of both. So we'll work on that. Anything else about de-escalation? And again, about how much time do we want to spend on this? I mean, we've got 8 hours that we're trying to fill, and there's a lot of important, very serious information stuff that we need to talk about, and so we just kind of need to know. We're looking at 30 minutes.
I think 30 minutes because the next topic right after this covers deadly force, and I think that's something that needs to be
Right.
And I think part of the reason, and Cody had mentioned this a little bit earlier, it's not a law yet, or nothing's changed, but there have been discussions in the General Assembly about adding a requirement to the training requirements, where it talks about the general overview, to add a section about de-escalation training. So there is a bill that was introduced this last session. It doesn't, as it's written right now, add an hour. It's still as part of that 4-hour general training, but they did state that and if that passes, obviously it'll become law. But they did state that wanted de-escalation specifically. So I think it may be something, if we wanted to look to expand it, this might be a good time to do it now, just in case that passes. It sounds like something that everyone's already doing anyway, and just making sure that that's there. So that way, if the law does pass, we don't have to change the training. But then at the same time, in case they end up adding additional requirements, this training should be able to kind of stand the test of time.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, for y'all trainers that's done anything in a hospital. There's specific programs out there that I know lots of hospitals are using just for de-escalation, and that might be the better answer than adding it to this, maybe a separate course.
Moab.
Or you can do CPI, either
Yeah.
one. I teach it to both.
Moab.
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 Moab is basically just 4 hours of de-escalation.
That seems to be a very
Certain
a buzzword.
hospitals require one or the other. Some like one version and some like the other. And that's what I have found. Is that still the case, Frank?
Still the case. All right, still the case.
That's kind of like the PPCT and the SSGT. I thought PPCT was the thing, and now I'm finding out that different agencies are focusing on the other one now. Yeah, and I just found that out the other day. I was talking to my one of my former counterparts, and he told me, he said, we're 100% SSGT now. And I asked him what they were doing at Toledo, and he said he thought they were still doing both, a combination. So, I mean, as we go along, things change. You know, people have different ideas, new information is presented, and you know, some things do change. You know, with me, muzzle safety, that never changes, but other aspects, they do change from time to time. Okay, so we will certainly make sure that that in the, I think in the levels of force and de-escalation, I'm sure we can get an hour out of it if we need to. We can add. I mean, how long does a scenario do? If we do 5 scenarios and we spend 5 or 10 minutes, or 5 scenarios at 5 minutes, that's 25 minutes. And, you know, that's showing the video and then discussing it. So it'll be real easy to get 5 minutes out of that.
So we're going to get it together and then take a look at it.
Right. That's fine. I use videos already, so if you want to, I can send you what I use. And this is already in my slides.
Okay. And I will say this. Let's make sure that let's try to do this like in a week or 2 at the absolute most, because a lot of times we wait until, you know, sometimes I don't get stuff from you until the day before or 2 days before the meeting, and it's hard to incorporate it. It doesn't work on Jack.
You need that laser. You need that one that has the laser on it, the pointer.
I do have one. I just didn't want to put it on you. I was afraid you'd shoot me.
Oh, wow.
Let's take about a 5-minute break. We do have soft drinks and water if you haven't visited that.
Who brought the
We've got,
donuts?
Some other stuff, donuts.
Who
What?
brought the donuts? Thank you.
We're going to pause at 10:01.
They were hot for the ones that showed up early.
10:14.
Okay, so we've talked about the de-escalation. Just really quickly, I will say that I changed the order on some animations on some of these slides. I made some grammatical corrections. I think I spelled squib correctly. Squib? Squid? Maybe I did call it a squid. I don't know. I pretty much did everything that you all pointed out that day. Now I have added the deadly force stuff is pretty much all the same. I think I did add something here. I did put number 2 there, warning shots shall not be fired. I think we had that in there somewhere, but another certified trainer had sent me some information, and I added that somewhere else. It may be there. Major changes through most of that. I think I had added this. Leroy gave me this, and I put that on the last time with his permission. I think I had your permission, didn't I?
Yeah, it's a public
Oh, okay. Oh, I tell you what, I added this right here on number 94, or slide 94. I've got warning shots not allowed, and then shoot only to neutralize the threat. That is language that I remember from Toledo way back. We've talked quite a bit about criminal and civil litigation. There may be a reason for you to use deadly force, and you may be you might not be held criminally responsible, but even so, there is the civil side. So I think we've covered that pretty well. We've reiterated many times that you cannot protect property and things like that with deadly force. It always has to go back to you're defending your life or someone else's life. Now, it may be over property or something like that, but it has to rise to that level to where there's a life being threatened and not just a property issue.
Hold just a second, Jay. I did want to ask a question. Are we about finished with this course? Or are we finished? Do we think we're got what we want? We know we need to do some additional with the de-escalation to the point that we're going to be able to move it to the commissioner for approval. Because we're able to go to the assistant commissioner, I have to see where legal takes it first. Then it would go to the assistant commissioner, the deputy commissioner, then the commissioner before we get a decision. And it's extremely. I don't know how long all that would take, but I want to be able to present all of it at one time. And if it gets approved, then we'll put. So where are we at on getting completed with this training?
I think the last.
We're about to get to that too.
We think we're just about there?
Yes, definitely.
Okay, thank you.
I've said before, I can see light at the end of the tunnel, and it's not the locomotive coming at us. So I cleaned up one of these slides about arrest. I think Jack was a little bit concerned about that. And I just said, bottom line on arrest, routinely arresting is not recommended. That's the new language. Instead of saying do not arrest. But that's still kind of what that means, because we don't want these guards to be civilly liable for false arrest and stuff like that, because that's going to get them and the contract security company or the PSO and the client. Everybody gets sued from one end to the other, right?
At the present, you give them a registration in their licensing for unarmed, armed, and you also make sure that they have certifications for all less than lethal. But you're going to use the words handcuffing in this, and we're not going to give them the option to get a certification in it, and then they're held liable.
We're to the point where I can make this statement now. The commissioner has not approved the use of handcuffs at the moment. I was asked to present that to the commissioner for certified trainers. It has been sent. It has been gone. I know we've had discussions with the assistant commissioner, and I believe it has moved on up to the commissioner now, but well, I'll have to wait before we can add anything to the. But I have done that on several people's behalf.
So back to what you were saying. I mean, I've got something mentioned here about unlawfully handcuffing somebody. Are you saying that we shouldn't be using the word handcuffing in there if we're not going to teach handcuffing? Is that what I understood you to say?
Statute doesn't use handcuffing.
What?
The statute. I mean, are you gonna cite a statute here? Because unlawfully handcuffing. I mean, I would avoid it. I'd just say detaining them. And we're going to talk about if we're going to defer to something, we need to defer to a statute or a rule.
And so, how do you want that sentence to read then?
Want to refer to a TCA for false imprisonment, or do you want to refer to a department rule if you have one, Jesse?
I think we could either just saying unlawfully detaining someone could constitute unlawful force detention. Well, unlawfully detaining could be unlawful detention. So we probably need to change that sentence because it's a little bit. I think unlawfully detaining someone is broader, and you could either. I mean, you could cite. You can't. Yeah, I would just do the false imprisonment statute for that.
And the very first line where it says bottom line on arrest, I don't know that in the very first section of this, if you remember, there's a definition for detention and a definition for arrest, and effectively we're not affecting the arrest. We're detaining. We're detaining them. Obviously, that's the last resort, but I understand the literal definition of arrest, but
The Attorney General opinion tells you when a detention becomes an arrest.
right.
I think if we changed it, unlawfully detaining someone could constitute unlawful force and or arrest. And then
Right.
that covers both the Attorney General opinion, it covers false imprisonment, that covers everything there. We wouldn't need to say
Unlawfully detaining someone could constitute
unlawful
unlawful
force
force
and or arrest.
and or arrest, which could lead to civil and or criminal liabilities for you and your company.
That makes sense. I think that covers it. And I think that
Add the client to the end.
there you go.
Probably 3.
And I think that would inherently include, if you're handcuffing someone unlawfully detaining them, and that could lead to that unlawful arrest. But that also could be, if you've handcuffed or zip tied or, held them against their will,
That company and the client.
Want that 3913-302 for false imprisonment?
Votes.
I would cite it for something for the trainer to at least be able to answer. I think the question could arise.
Here, see that statute, or what? How do you want? What do you want it?
Just reference it for TCA 39.
the notes already have.
No, does it already have it in there?
Well, not that one, but the notes already have
Shit, how about I read it now?
3911
Okay.
and the Attorney General's opinion. So I think if you just added it right there with the rest of those,
You want to add this TCA talking about? Or?
I think it makes.
We're going to content.
Right.
That's the. Let's make it obviously I want to be.
That's a good point because I think it's easy for a security guard to easily move from detaining to kidnapping.
I arrest you here, and I property.
Yeah, you've abandoned your post for one thing.
That's the least of my problems now.
Well, that's the first thing you did is you abandoned your post, and your authority basically ended back there when you left there, because that's
Specifically, if there's multiple locations here that a client's operating in, which is very common, I'm going to use downtown as an example. Several of these bars move back and forth where the property owners are different, but they're the same, just across the street. So they'll take them over there and hold them at different locations. Just don't remove them from that property. Just stay where you are.
I need to put something else in the note, or
How often does it happen? I don't know how often it happens. I mean, you guys are the funnel all of it comes through.
if you're not arresting and you're calling somebody else to do it like you're supposed to, it doesn't ever happen.
I know, we don't hear that.
I would have to double check how often we hear about it. I know we have received complaints involving guards being arrested for, and I'd have to look to see if it was kidnapping or false imprisonment, because I can't remember. It was a year ago or so. But it was a situation where security guards at a bar handcuffed someone and removed them from the bathroom to a different area in the location.
False imprisonment.
I'd have to see. The last was going to say I'd have to see what they were charged with. I can't remember, but there were some other issues as well.
I can tell you how that usually goes. He'll charge them for both, and then you'll get with the DA, and they'll, in exchange for a plea on one of them, they'll drop one of them. That happens every day, all day.
In the kidnapping statute, there's a specific clause that says that they've been moved.
Right.
They've left. You had to transport them somewhere off property. Like, they can't be at the same location.
Right. And I know at least on that one of the things that was strange was it was one continuous building but different bars within the building.
Ah. I remember that.
I did notice one thing
That's a
in the
different
note.
address. I'm sorry. Go ahead. No, go ahead.
Different subject. And then your notes, it has 3911, 612, whatever. It's got the self-defense, defense of a third person, but it also says 3911, 62. I'm not sure what that is. It may have been another character that was left off there in your notes down there.
Oh,
That should be probably.
that probably should be 612.
Well, it's already got 612, so it may be 621 or
Oh.
620. I don't know. I'm not familiar with 3911, 62, but what that is.
Well, you're probably right. Megan, put a note about slide 120. Verify the TCA code, and I'll try to figure out what that is. Probably
just a typo.
Typo, yeah. All right. Okay, so this is the first time we see the review questions, and basically, I've got these set up to where if somebody wants to, maybe one of your students wants to argue the answer, then basically I've got the slide there. So if they want to argue about something or discuss it or whatever, you can go back to slide 13, and this is exactly where you'll find the definition of what an armed security guard is. So I think this is, and it's also a test question. You don't necessarily have to tell them that, but you know, this is what we've deemed important about that. So if you're going to be an armed guard, you probably need to know what the definition is. I'll have to go back and make sure that all these slides are still accurate, the slide numbers. Okay, so here's a question, Jack, about when a detainment becomes an arrest. And it's when the arresting individual performs any act that indicates an intention to take the person into custody. And number 2, subjects the person arrested to the actual control and will of the person making the arrest. and that came from the Attorney General opinion. So if there's any question as to when does an arrest become, or when does a detention become an arrest, it's when those two situations are met. And that's from the Attorney General's opinion. And it is a test question.
Just to get off of that subject for just a moment, I don't mean to hark on this, but I'm going through it, and if you get to 21, the next slide, back to what Cody said, we question about take any of these.
We could take 21 out. I don't know that the Castle Doctrine is really all that important. I mean, to say it's not important is probably not accurate, but you want to ask a question about de-escalation for number 21? Or wherever it needs to be. So Megan, put scratch number 21 and insert a question about de-escalation and put it wherever it needs to be. I'll know what to do.
No, right. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
So basically, the questions come in order of the presentation and the review, all that G-halls together. Just makes it easier for the instructor down the road.
You okay if I write you a draft, a redraft of 19, considering the TCA with it? We'll marry that with...
Question number 19?
Correct. Or, no, the one that you just... I'm sorry, I got the number wrong. On...
21?
No. Hell, what number was it? Perfect.
That one?
23. Yeah, with the TCA code, with their language as well. I understand it's an AG opinion, but at the end of the day, I would probably defer to the statute. One's a law, one's an opinion. One's an interpretation of the other.
I think the Attorney General's opinion.
Oh, no, I agree, but I also
The
don't know
Attorney
that-
General's opinion is the way the courts are going to...
No, I don't detract, but I think they'll look at it. But I also know that there's a prejudice there that I don't know that necessarily bodes well. As being one of the only two people in the room that operates a company that's not centric to training, that has the risk and liability out there, part of what I take issue with here is that acts that indicate, that word right there that indicates, okay, by the very nature of me carrying restraints, I'm indicating something, okay? I'm in a position of authority to tell you, yes, we could restrain you if we had to. If you presented danger in here, if you hurt somebody, yes, we will. So I don't know that I want to do anything that's going to prejudice anyone here. I don't know that I want this ever subpoenaed and said, oh, yeah, well, they knew right here, verbatim, the AG's opinion, blah, blah, blah.
What are we teaching? Are we teaching to arrest?
I hope not.
We're teaching to not arrest and to call somebody who has arrest authority.
That's not always possible. That's not.
In downtown Nashville?
I know, right? It's wild. It may even be on the streets now sooner than you think. Right, oh, you lie. Hey, you just better be glad you're on this side. You're north of my border, baby, but I'm coming.
No, you're not either.
I'm gonna
get, if I can fight to get the partnership just a little further over.
I'm gonna crawfish and defer to Jesse on this.
Yeah, we're in a position to, we're not here. I want to.
We are flat not supposed to be arresting and detaining.
So-
We are supposed to observe and report. And in doing so, we deter criminal activity.
Every day, I'm willing to bet money that a security guard in this state detains someone and holds them for arrest.
I don't care.
And I mean, we cannot
They're
turn a
not
blind
supposed to
eye.
do that.
They have to, though. You cannot sit there and let an assault go on right in front of you, and you are in a position to stop it. At these hospitals, for example, they have to intervene. If they don't, they could be held liable, the hospital can be held liable, and we cannot turn a blind eye to this.
In what
Every
way?
Friday and Saturday night on that
So
strip.
calling 911 to get somebody to come and arrest this person?
So
is
you
turning a
want
blind eye?
you want us to just sit there and watch while someone gets the hell beat out of them? I can't do it. And then I'm sued. Every weekend on Broadway, security officers are detaining people that are involved in altercations, not because we chose it, but because they chose it. It could be third party with somebody else. It could be against us. It could be against staff. It doesn't matter.
That also doesn't make it right. I mean, we've talked about this before. Just because somebody's doing something doesn't make it legal or correct.
So why do you hire security?
What?
Why do you hire security? If I'm
observe and report, and in doing so, deter criminal activity.
Okay, so if I'm there and I'm trying to deter it and I can't deter it, all those measures have failed, and it goes on. What's the purpose of any of this stuff here? Why? What am I supposed to do? Just let it keep happening? Are you going to do that, Jeff Winfrey? Would you do it?
I think we're talking about two different things, though, because your initial question is, should we change this 23 to mirror the statute?
Right.
And I don't think that's a bad idea. I think actually having the statute, it's similar. I mean, the Attorney General's opinion is interpreting the statute. So if we want to go ahead and, cite the statute and say, I think that's fine. As it goes to actual detainment, though, I do think we need to make sure guards are aware, because you're right, guards are detaining people. I think that, being realistic, we need to acknowledge that. But I think we also you all as trainers, I should say, because I'm not a trainer, so I just want to make sure that's, I'm putting that back on you all. You all as trainers, do have that responsibility to make sure they're aware of the law for their sake, but also for their company's sake, that they're properly trained. So I think making sure that they're aware as to what their limitations are under the law is very important. So I think if we, quote the Attorney General's opinion, you're right, it is just guidance. And the court could say, they're wrong on this, or the court could say, we're going to follow it. It's just guidance, is how the court interprets it. So I think if we have this mirror the statute, I think that's fine.
How many times have you had a lawsuit come before the Department of Commerce and Insurance, or Private Protective Services in particular, where action was taken against the security guard or the security guard company for not taking action?
That's a good question. I'm not aware of.
I don't think that I'm saying that. I'm saying civilly. I'm speaking whenever they sue us.
Right, and I think I was interpreting that to any time that we're aware, because there's normally a complaint filed as part of, a civil case or a criminal case, depending on who tells us. I'm only aware of maybe one situation in which we got a complaint where a guard didn't respond to a situation. But we have had more complaints that are related to a guard using excess force, whether that's been substantiated by us or, a court's found them liable or convicted them, found them guilty. That's a different story. But I think we receive more complaints about excessive force than less force, if that's what you're asking.
That's to be expected, right? Is that a shock to anybody? I mean, I just want to make sure. Okay, I mean, the public doesn't ever say, oh, that police officer should have stopped me. I mean, they shouldn't have done that. Or that security guard, man, I wish he wouldn't have told me I couldn't have a fake ID coming in the bar. No, that didn't happen.
Well, I just look at this as, you wouldn't go to the local veterinarian for brain surgery. You'd go to Vanderbilt to the neurological unit and get your brain surgery done. If you've got a security guard that's supposed to observe, report, and deter by doing so, then that's what they're supposed to do. And if they see things going south, they're supposed to report that to other authorities that have the authority to do what needs to come next. That's all I'm saying.
At any of these venues here, I'm just using here, but I mean at any of those or any of these hospitals or any of these major events where we have people in spaces together and we have alcohol, we have entertainment, we have anybody interacting with one another, and there is a presence of what is perceived as authority. And they have that, not only that ability to stop it, but I think there's an expectation. And there's a term called deliberate indifference. I am standing there as a representative of this property, right? And I cannot turn a blind eye to what's happening because ultimately, litigiously speaking, I'm going to be there. I'm liable.
So you're saying reporting it to the police is turning a blind eye?
No, that's great. That's great. But if you're saying I have the means on me to stop it, I have the ability to stop it, and I'm electing to not stop it. Because what's one of the biggest lawsuits that we have out here that we encounter? Not they didn't have enough security. Well, we had security. Well, they didn't do anything. Okay. Well,
So
did they not do anything? Did they not act?
There is a little bit of cross what you're trying to come across. There is a duty for any specific establishment to establish a safe environment. That's kind of OSHA standards. So you have a duty, but where that duty falls and what measures you take and what's good enough or not can certainly be debated. There is certainly the understanding that the Supreme Court has held up twice now that law enforcement does not have a constitutional obligation to act. There is no law that compels you to do something else because your goods, your services, you're still a free person. So there is nothing that says just because you have the means that you have to do something to step in and do it. So when you do so, you do it willingly. So by all metrics, observe, deter, report is still the main primary mission because it does not require, it does not compel you to do something, because if we are telling guards that in that position you have to be involved, and they do get involved and then they get killed because of that, then there's still a liability from that guard's perspective, from his family, to sue because we made him step in.
I completely agree that the primary objective is exactly what you all are saying. But I'm also under no disillusion, and I don't think anyone else here is either that has been in the operations side of this for any length of time, that if I'm using the bank security guard metric, okay, you come in, there's an armed guard at some of these banks, right? The guy comes in, he presents a firearm, and there's danger, he fires the firearm. Do we expect that guard to sit there and not act? No, we absolutely expect them to act. They had the means to do so, and they should have done so to protect the people inside of that building.
Moral obligation is different than legal obligation.
The same thing, though, that what you're citing, and that change there is in reference to the fact that they're police officers, whereas we're a private contracted company to provide that protective service. The very name of what this board is even Private Protective Services, okay? We are here because people are hiring us because they want protection. They want risk mitigation. They want things to be deterred. Obviously, that's a goal. Yes, we're trying that. But when that fails, they do expect some type of action, because inaction on their part as the owner, inaction on our part, ultimately is going to lead to a lawsuit.
I'll just say, and not disagree with you, Jack.
Absolutely.
I agree with a lot of things you're saying. And I'll just say this, is that
Come on. You're the attorney.
If there is a event that occurs, that's usually the result of something that failed earlier. If we had officer presence and had that been correctly done, had access control had been correctly done, it might not have happened. And where I go with this too in a legal term is that when we do something on the flip side where we use excessive force, you have vicarious liability, and you're going to have, again, your client, you're going to have all of these folks involved in a lawsuit that shouldn't have been. And when we go back to how many times, which way it tips in the scale of, it's usually going to be that we did excessive force and not that we walked away from an event.
I think that there's 3 or 4 things. I think the original question, though, of just this specific question, I think we can have this mirror the statute. I think that we can do that. Blaze brings up a good point. There's very limited times in which a business is going to have a duty to provide security to someone who's injured. There are some exceptions, but for the most part, if there is a criminal act that's not foreseeable, if an active shooter comes into a place, businesses are not always going to be liable. There are some exceptions, though, and I think that there might be some more civil liability if you're saying, there was inadequate security, whether that's liability in civil court, whether that's, if we're using a BARD as an example, the ABC board or ABC commission who says that you have to have adequate security, PPS saying that, were these guards properly trained. So there are some other ways that I guess someone could be disciplined or liable or criminally convicted of some offense if there was not proper security.
And in those cases, would it be against the security? Would the focus be on the security guard company or the client that hired the security guard company?
It's
Exactly.
Yeah, I would say it could be both. I mean, if you're going to have a
Oh.
lawsuit, you're going to name everyone.
Right.
But I think, in terms of actual liability, some of that's going to be on the company, because there's, if they're responsible for hiring the security company, the contract security company, but then they're going to try to obviously say, well, I hired them, this is their responsibility. So they're going to both get sued. But I think the question, though, we can have this mirror the statute. We can do that pretty easily. And I think that we've done a good job in the training to focus on de-escalation, because realistically, there are going to be situations where security guards do have to escalate beyond officer presence, to keep either themselves safe or others involved. However, I think that the main thing we're probably going to see, or more of an issue, in terms of any type of liability, is going to be that guard who goes excessive versus underperforms. And I don't think that anyone's saying that that's not going to happen. I think more often than not, the security guard is going to step in when they see something happen. Make sure that they're trained, that they don't go and yes, let's modify this. We can discuss when a detainment under this statute becomes an arrest. I don't have anything else on that. So
I agree. I don't want anyone to think I'm under disillusion here that excessive force is also equally and greater most of the time for us. That is what I get more complaints on. I'm not under any disillusion, but I can't, when we talk about variables, when we talk about deterrence, I do Bonnaroo. I do the Pilgrimage Festival. I do 30 of these bars down here. I can't prevent or deter. There is a human variable. There is alcohol. There are people. I can't deter it. I can pat search them at the door. We can wand them. We can do all kind of stuff. I can put 20 security guards in a bar. I still can't stop the bar fight because it can happen. And now I have to do something.
Do better.
Right. Poor Frank in the hospital. I can't. I will never bid on your job over there. So, good luck.
The hospitals have the same problem. You can deter report, but last week there was an issue where a psych patient came at a nurse with an IV pole and was beating her unconscious, and Metro police officer was on the other side of the building, was called. It took him 20 minutes to get there. It's a 5-minute walk. Security guard had to make an arrest.
I think as long as we've properly told them what the law is and how to operate under that, I think that's the best you can do. And I think, to Blaze's point of, we can talk to them about moral obligations of stepping in. I mean, certainly we have, Good Samaritan laws, right, that discuss about when, you are trying to step in to help someone, and if you accidentally go excessive. Obviously, I think our most egregious examples of when a detainment or an arrest are abused, that's obviously a concern. We want to make sure that we're teaching them that. But there is a lot of that gray area of in the middle of, at what point do you step in because you don't want someone who's being beat unconscious. If you're calling Metro and they're not showing up, there's not much else that you can do morally, I suppose. Or even, I think that there's some grounds for civil liability too if you have your security potentially just standing there. But I do think, if you've said, we were told to observe report, we called Metro, they didn't show up, that's probably the first step you need to be doing. I know during CPR training, one of the first things they tell you to do, call 911, have someone call 911. So I think if we can focus on that, I think that's helpful. Certainly, let's talk about when a detainment goes excessive, when it goes and becomes an arrest. They need to be aware of that. But I think as long as we're focusing too on de-escalation and that continuum of force, that's going to be helpful. But it's a messy situation.
Pardon me. I'll say this and I'm done. This is the last thing I'm going to say. I come from an operational background. I exist in only an operational background. I don't go out and do training. I operate. That's what we do. Okay, so I'm coming at this because it's my ass on the line. I've got a $23 million lawsuit right now against a client that we're representing on it. We weren't involved. I'm just now realizing how much liability is there in this shit. So I'm very partial to all of this right now. And coming from this perspective, I just wish we had more folks that were in this that really had that liability. I know this is the training, we're drawing the curriculum, but there's so many other variables here that are existing that I don't know that we're really considering.
We're not going to be able to regulate every what if
I know that.
that's out there either. I mean, that's, You know, can we pinpoint the exact moment that it's okay to arrest? No, we can't. Can we pinpoint the exact moment that everything leads to deadly force? No, we can't, because it's different in every situation. The same identical situation can happen 5 times and have 5 completely different results because of things that we absolutely cannot be in control of. All we can do is train to the absolute basic minimums that needs to be done, and that's where we have to. That's as far as we can go.
And just so I understand from Frank and Jack's perspective, are you dealing with that more from the unarmed security officers or from the armed?
Typically, for me, it's the unarmed that are encountering it just because of the environments that we're putting them in. Because at armed positions, we'll put those at checkpoints and more of the perimeter. But like in every bar or every music venue or every festival or something like that, the person that are going to be in direct contact usually are unarmed, but we'll call the armed to them. So both, but first point of contact for us is usually the unarmed.
Ours is the armed.
Aren't all of yours armed? I thought so.
I tell them, you know, on day 2 of their arm class, de-escalate, hands-on is the last resort. But when you get a code BERT and you see a nurse getting pummeled, it's coming. There was a sitter, which was an unarmed guard from the security company that just sat there and watched this happen, and he is getting civilly sued. And the guard, luckily, he jumped in and was able to get the person arrested, stop the assault. Metro showed up, I think, 21 and a half minutes later.
I think it goes back to this. If you've got a nurse that's being beat within her life with an IV pole, does it not go back to this slide?
Or defense of a third. But I think the challenge here, what I'm hearing is mostly on the unarmed side of this, where things go sideways.
Well, but in his situation, it's the armed. His situation is unarmed.
But what he said though is that the unarmed guy that was sitting on the patient is the one that they were going after. Because if the armed guy, and correct me if I'm wrong, Frank, if the armed guy came in, responded, seen the nurse getting waylaid with an IV pole, he'd be fully within his right in defense of a third person to use deadly force. The unarmed guard doesn't have the capability to use deadly force.
So what's the issue then? What's happening to the unarmed guard?
He got removed. I mean, it was like a blink of an eye. He was, and of course, now the hospital sites, you have your supervisors that carry guns, your other armed officers, all they carry is cuffs and taser. And a couple of weeks ago, another issue. Lit the guy up twice with a taser. He just looked at him and came at him. And it took 5 Metro officers to get him on the ground.
So what happened to the unarmed guard that was
not doing nothing?
Yeah.
He got removed.
But did he get charged with something?
I have no idea. I just know the client said he's not coming back. And that was another company that they subbed out. Because they pay them to sit on a psych patient, and their job is to sit there.
Don't you look at me.
And watch and make sure he or she doesn't do anything crazy. But I will say, the 4 years I've been doing this, moving back to Tennessee, it's every year it's getting worse and worse and worse. There's no going back. It keeps progressing.
And that's what the point I'm trying to bring out is the vast majority of the bouncers, the doormen, the folks that Jack's talking about are unarmed. And there is a challenge there. And I agree. I agree with a lot of what's being said here.
Okay. Could we move on then? All right. Okay, so when we finish talking about the de-escalation and the deadly force and the use of force, when we finish all that, that's all the legal stuff. We move into Section B, which is handling the firearm. And at this point, we didn't have a lot of changes. Had a few. I changed the animations on some of the slides. Go back and add something. Okay, I added this slide, and I think I may have added this for the last time. Use correct ammunition, eye and ear protection, and I made some pictures there. I brought this up again. Now, I think most of you, I asked the last time, do all of you use dummy rounds or action proving or inert rounds? What do y'all do when somebody comes in with a 32 automatic? Send them home? So that's not a big issue? Okay. There is a new cartridge out there on the market now, the 30 Super Carry. It's really a 32. It's like a 32 super long.
Yes, sir, that's correct.
So who knows? I mean, we may be dealing with that at some point in time. I mean, I grew up. I'm a gun nut. I mean, I love them, but I thought every possible caliber that ever could be invented had been, and I mean, every year there's new stuff that comes out, and so that's going to continue to happen. It's just the industry is out there, the inventors are out there, and so it's just going to keep happening. So, and we'll work with it. But anyway, in here I've mentioned that the instructors will use dummy rounds. I just gave some examples, and of course, unfortunately, you can't see that real well, but in real life, that says 40. Just have to take my word for it if you don't believe it. These you can see pretty well. They're printed on there. I just threw these in there just so people could see that those things are available. I would encourage students to get those and practice with them, because Blaze mentioned earlier before we had started the meeting, people show up to do a renewal class, and they look like they've never touched their gun before. And he asked them, "When's the last time you shot?" And they said 2 years ago. So there's people that just, and it's not just guards. I know police officers that the only time they get their gun out to shoot it is when they go to the academy to requalify. I mean, not everybody loves the smell of gunpowder and mashing up lead. What's that? Yeah. But anyway, here we'll just run through this real quick. I'll started some things. . this is where and this is actually a copy of that is one of the test questions, and on that one, it's one question, so I'm gonna let everybody grade that the way they want to. They can give people extra points or whatever. I mean, this stuff's important, but I didn't want that to be 10 questions out of 50. So that's. Rifling. Talk about field stripping. Before you field strip or before you put these things back in the box, those of you remember the original, the first Glocks that came out, the box they went in. What had to happen when you put that in the box? It had a little stop that stuck up in there, and when you stuck it in there, the trigger had to be all the way back. So what happens if you put a loaded Glock in the box? You and several other people get a surprise. Especially the one that's sitting over there right beside it, because they may get shot.
For the field stripping pictures, I'll volunteer. We need to crop out the photo and repaste it in there just so it looks nicer. Just throwing that out there.
Which one?
Right there. You see how it's a screenshot? You can tell. You can crop that to where it's
right,
just.
All this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, we can do that.
I'll do that.
Megan, do you want to make a? All right. Megan's making a note of that in number 67 through
160. 162.
162 through 80. $182, 183, 180. Use this one as another training. On with this picture, and I need to wait and let that arrow come up next, but. I go in gun stores to look at guns, and I see people doing stuff like this, and I've got where now I just turn and go somewhere else for a while.
Did you get their picture with it?
What's that?
Did they get their picture with it? Did you take a picture? For their Tinder profile?
Anymore, I just go somewhere else because I jumped all over somebody one time about doing that, and I saw that he didn't like it much, and so now when I see that, I just go somewhere else. I go look at the fishing stuff for a little while or something and come back later. That drives me insane to see people doing that.
I don't want a John Kerry doing that. You want that one instead?
He ain't been in Jeff Winfrey's class. That's all I can tell you. Let's see, what else I added some stuff here, I think. I did. I added some stuff about holsters. About holsters. I didn't say anything about whose brand these are. Some of y'all may know. Wasn't going to say that, But I think it's important that these guards, you know, I've asked Cody, I've talked to her before about this, and she said, well, what if they don't have a holster or have to have a holster? Are you work over here at the farmer's market? You gonna carry it in your hand? Well, I mean,
carry it in pocket.
What? Hold on. Time out. Hold on. Flag on the field. No. Can we take a break? Can we go in recess just so I can talk in private? Because I don't want to say this on the record.
Yeah, keep on going, Jeff.
Does it usually not require them to keep it in the holster?
what's that?
Is this a thing?
Where's the requirement? Where do you see that in the statute?
It's not in the statute.
Holy as shit. We don't have a rule?
You just have to teach
Are you
them
serious?
From the holster. You're correct. And even Don said he had to go.
I'm telling you that.
Well, I'm gonna go out on a limb, and I'm gonna say that
We'll have a rule.
But companies have that and clients have that.
That's right. Yeah, that's who that.
right.
Yes.
I don't think your mic was working.
Every client, every company that we contract with, they require a holster. No pockets, holster.
And certain
I mean,
types. Sometimes even
Somewhere
level
down the
of
road, we
holster.
probably need
Yes.
to insert this into the rule or something because
I'm gonna give you the request.
I think maybe the reason we don't have it in there is because we're saying you're licensed to carry, or you're licensed an armed security guard. Technically, you wouldn't have to carry a firearm on your person. If you wanted to keep it in a safe, you could still work as an armed security guard. And if there was, for some reason, you need it, you could go back and get it. Maybe that's the reason why. I mean, there's no requirement that you, as an armed security guard, carry an actual firearm. You're just registered to be able to do so. So maybe that's why we don't require it.
AR pistol, single point, shoulder sling. Is that legal? If it's a chambered to 9mm.
You have a firearm that you were certified for and carried it on a sling? Is that what you're saying? I don't, based on our rules and regulations, I don't think we could discipline for that. I mean, there's a concern if it got to the level where it was putting the public at harm, then yes, we could discipline for that. So I would need to look at the circumstances.
I think what we have to do there is we have to go with what the ATF defines as a pistol. And if they define it as a pistol and it's in a pistol caliber that we allow, I'd hate to have to argue in federal court about that myself. But anyway, we got to have holsters. I mean, I just can't imagine. All right, just remember that. But anyway, now, do we need a $30 holster or do we need a $230 holster? Well, I just wanted to describe what they are and what, you hear a lot about security holsters. Well, what does that mean that we carry them to be a security guard? And then I go over here and explain what happens. Some just hold in by friction. Security holsters have 1, 2, or 3 different devices that lock that pistol in place. And so we used to use, I thought we used level 2s. They may have been 3s, but I thought theirs were 2. You had to unstrap it and then rock it forward and pull it out. I think that was just a level 2. But anyway, it was comical to see some of the guys trying to get it out. And that's why you got to practice. Because if you didn't do it just right, you'd end up with your belt up around your neck. Everybody else would be through shooting, and you still wouldn't have it out yet. So, at any rate, I've described what the holsters are and how they work. Now, this is where I've gone in. This is the first one like what I was talking about. I've gone in and said, with unloaded weapons, have each student spend XX minutes drawing and reholstering. So this is where I want you all to help me and decide how much time do we want to spend drawing and holstering, drawing and holstering. Establish the grip. You know, when you pull the weapon out of the holster, if you don't have the right grip, you didn't establish the right grip to start with. That grip occurs while it's still in the holster. So how much time do you think we need to spend on that?
For them to get it right, an hour.
I mean, some people might not ever get it right, but
We're talking about a practical exercise that they could take home as an assignment,
they could do that.
because this would be day one.
Well, yes, this is day one. Now, when they get on the range, they're going to be doing this with, actually, at some point in time, they're going to be doing this with a live weapon ready to roll. But yeah, this is still part of the 8 hour. So how much time do we want to spend doing this?
I entertain not necessarily a time, but make it objective based so that you observe the student perform the draw stroke, and as long as it is correct, they can move on. You'll have some students that need to practice until they do get it correct. That's just the way I do it. It's objective based. If they meet that objective of safely presenting the holster, the gun from the holster, and I do this particularly with renewals that I have not seen before, is the first thing we do is have an unloaded gun and they present from the holster until they get it correct before we go on the range and they're allowed to
Absolutely.
shoot. So
Let's make sure they know how to do it before we give them some real bullets, right? That's one thing about the NRA training that has been difficult for me to. Some of you guys turn in NRA training for continuing education, and the NRA doesn't like to keep up with how much time you spend doing it. And they say, well, it's because it's objective based. It might take me 30 minutes to show that I'm competent to do that, and it might take Cody 10 minutes. You know, she's better at it than me. So it's based on competency and not time. So, but what I want to caution everybody about is what Angel brought up the last time. If we don't put something in here and say that we've got either a time limit or something, we may have a trainer that goes, hey, can you do this? Yeah, you did it. All right, we're ready to move on. So how do you want to handle that? Do we need to put the minutes in there to make sure that they spend enough time doing it, or can we just say do it until they show competency?
Do we really need to focus? My question is, boss, is do we really need to focus more of these type of exercises on day two? Because day two, we got a lot more time.
Day two, you only got 4 hours. And about 30 minutes or an hour, that's going to be qualifying. So I think you need to do it in both.
or have minimal time, say a minimum of this time, and obviously,
Yeah.
depending on the size of the class, it might take more.
I mean, we can say minimum.
I really like day one for one reason, just so we can encourage them to go home and practice that before we go on the range tomorrow. Oh, the unloaded firearm, let me stress.
Let me say this about that. You hear all the time people saying practice makes perfect. But you need to, as an instructor, you need to watch them for a few minutes to make sure they are practicing perfectly. Otherwise, they're going to come back the next day and they're going to do it wrong perfectly.
Agree. Totally.
And that's what we don't want.
No.
We don't want them to develop that bad habit and come back the next day and do that bad habit perfectly because they've practiced it over and over and over and over. So I just want to throw that out there, and I'm okay with having a minimum, and I'm okay with the objective based as well. But if you've got 10 students, what are the chances that all 10 of them are going to have it right off the bat? Probably not. So we probably need to do 10 repetitions, 5 minutes. I don't know. Y'all just, what do y'all think? Yes.
I make them spend anywhere from 7 to 10 minutes on the range drawing from the holster.
On the range.
They do it before that in the classroom.
But this is classroom, so how long are you going to do it here?
They're going to do the same thing on the range again.
You going to do about 5 or 10 minutes here?
Yes.
All right, so what can we put in that minute slot there? 10 minutes? Or do you want to do objectives? I don't know. My only thing is, like Angel brought up the last time, if we don't define this, somebody may take advantage of it and not spend the time that they need to do there.
There's a whole list of exercises, we can add into this. So if it's time, is that what we're worried about? Am I understanding? Like
We just want we want to spend our 8 hours as efficiently as possible. And this is something that they need to be able to do. Especially if they do show up, or if you're issuing them a level 2 or 3 security holster.
This is 30 minutes.
If they don't practice it, they ain't going to get it out.
At least 30 minutes. Jesus.
What if you said have each student, instead of minutes, what if you just said have each student practice drawing and reholstering at least 10 times until they can demonstrate consistent?
We can do that. I'm okay with anything as long as we don't have an instructor that looks at this and says, we don't have to spend any time with this, and move on to something else.
And if you say 10 times, and if you've got someone, Jack Bird, who's really good at holstering, reholstering, still doing it 10 times is good practice, versus if I'm really slow with it, I do it 2 times and that time it does 10 times. If we put a number on it, maybe that's better use of time.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'm okay with that. Are y'all okay with that? We'll say here, have each student draw and reholster a minimum of 10 times to show competency or something like that?
I think that's more equitable. Really, for the entire class, too.
Can you write that the way I just said it?
Is there any way, or Leroy, would you have pictures like we did with the assuming the two-handed grip that we could do for the holstering? I don't know. Yeah.
I even teach scanning and assessing.
That's my point here, is I think if we're just going to leave it up in the air, you know what I mean?
I think for the benefit...
It could end up like that.
You're correct.
It could, yeah, I know it.
Oh,
See,
whose phone is this?
Mine.
Oh, okay.
Is that,
it could go sideways.
That's a new.
you want a host? Everybody needs a host?
That's a new thing. That's a new thing that we've just started. It's not.
And name that the
We've been
Winfrey.
doing that for
That's the Winfrey method right there.
It's the new gravity assist holster.
Hey, I think
Did y'all see it?
no. I think to answer that question though that he just said, we probably need to factor to the hardest common denominator here. What's the worst case scenario? Someone that's issuing out level 3 holsters, right? How long is that going to take? For his guys, they're carrying level 2 holsters, right? 3. Okay, we're carrying 3 holsters. It looks like Chinese arithmetic. These guys, they come in there, they're like, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to take 30 minutes.
And after all of that, they still don't have it out of the hole.
I know. So the wiggle room is much appreciated. Like, just saying 10 times incompetency is great.
Okay. Well,
I guess where I'm not trying to hark in on this. We need to show some type of visual or some type of standard that shows what right looks like, because that's what we don't have here. That's what we're missing.
And the only thing about that is depending on what kind of holster you got. But even if you go back, to this one right here, when you reach to get that, at that moment, that's when you establish your grip. So when you reach to get it and you pull it out, you've got to be gripping it perfectly at that moment, or you did it wrong. Because you don't pull it out and have this much of the back strap sticking up here because that's gonna, do one of those things. It's not gonna work right. So
I don't mean to keep harking on this, but if I'm a brand new trainer, I've never once trained a class, and I'm going in and I'm looking at, that's the eyes I'm looking at this from, is that we need to look, if we want to do it as each different type of holster, what right looks like, I think that's what needs to be done, because that way you're not leaving it up to the trainer as to what might be right, and we don't, I won't say anything bad about the other trainers in the state of Tennessee, but we've heard stories of where folks are not training folks the right way, hence the committee. That's where I'm going with this.
I mean, technically, I think one picture of a hand placed on a pistol in a holster, I don't really think it matters what kind of holster. Your hand placement on the pistol itself is going to be the same no matter which one of those. Because like I said, once you grab it and pull it out, if you're not holding it right, you didn't start right to begin with. So when you reach and get it and it's still sitting in the holster, if you grab it right, it'll come out and it'll be right, because you don't have time to pull it out and then reach up here and readjust it and work with it, and you come out and it's there. So yeah, I can take a picture, or
I can go back to the man cave and get that camera set up.
we can do that. All right. I did put in here about the interview stance. I think that was in there before, but I don't remember if it was. So that's where you're standing there and you're talking to your person, and you've got your firearm positioned away from them, and they're at a certain length and distance and all that. I put in here, I did put situational awareness in there. Angel, you talked about that. I didn't write a whole lot about that. I could probably put some notes in there about that. Put on slide 203, put add notes for situational there.
We had some material in the general training you might want to pull from. Just
okay. All right. I used. I just mentioned some of the things here. I used to tell my folks. We trained in the car tactic. I sort of like that, but I used to tell them, you can shoot car, truck, boat, plane. I don't care what. Get your rounds off and get them off quickly and accurately. So I don't really have a particular. I do know if you stand and hold somebody at gunpoint in the isosceles, after a few minutes you're not going to be able to stand there. You're just going to fall apart. But in the car style, you can stand there and hold somebody at gunpoint for forever. So I mean, they are what they are. Y'all, do y'all have a? I'm sure you have a preference, but I mean, do y'all think it's a big deal? Just train people to shoot, right? Whatever works for them. Here's a picture of more of an illustration versus a real person standing there. Are y'all good with this, or would you rather have a person?
I used two different pictures. Isosceles and Weaver.
Okay.
That particular illustration was a picture, and I had it drawn just so it didn't infringe on anybody or
Okay.
copyrights or whatever. But and I just call a stable shooting platform, and obviously I think everybody has their opinion about isosceles and Weaver and all that. So I figure
Right.
each instructor would do that, but.
So that kind of goes back to what I'm saying. Whatever position you use, as long as you can do it accurately and quickly, then that's going to be effective. I might go back, slide 206. I might go back and I might add right after trigger control, I might put trigger reset in there because that's something I think is very important. Be surprised how much faster and more accurately you can shoot if you practice the trigger reset. Of course, I'm a Glock fan. That's what I shoot mostly, and I mean, they have a lot of trigger, but if you'll do that trigger reset, it's just tick, 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 tick. You can just move your finger that much and you empty your magazine. Most of the had some animation. So I
Are they all the same?
No, they're not doing the whole same. No. You can't even get law enforcement to do that. That's the bad thing.
I had reserved that for the marksmanship training.
I like zombie targets personally.
We do need to discuss it, but basically, what we have to make sure that we don't do is we don't want to put in the rule a particular target, and then that manufacturer quits making that. So now we've got etched in stone the name of a target that's no longer available. And there's the only way I can figure we can do that is to let each instructor use what they can, because I went to watch Frank do his live fire one time, and he was using is it a B-27? What's that little B-29? Okay, so it's a small, it's a silhouette target, but it's small. Well, if you stick it out there at 15 feet, that's a pretty hard target to hit versus a man-sized target at that distance. So depending on the range that you go to, like I know Donald uses the TWRA range at Bartlett, you use the range over there at Feather, and what else you do, you got your own. But if I tell you you've got to use a full-size silhouette target and your range only goes from here to the wall, that's not as challenging as using the one like Frank uses from here to the wall. So I think we just need to stick with leaving that somewhat open-ended and just make sure they're using it. And as far as that goes, they might use a 5-dot target for practice, but when they qualify, use the silhouette target. Now, that's just my thought on it, but I mean, I've asked everybody in the state what they've used, and I've got everything from B-29, B-52, B-17, B-25 Mitchell.
like
No,
planes.
that's an airplane. But anyway, FBIQ, I mean, everything you can think of is being used out there in the state. And they're all silhouette targets for the most part.
What was the Department of Safety?
29 that Frank talked about. They used to use a B-27, and they reduced their course of fire from 15 yards maximum to 7 yards, and they changed it to a B-29, which is a
They're
reduced
identical, except it's
B-27.
smaller.
I think in the interest, we probably need to add no animation. We need to add some language, because I have seen some really I'm not going to say, don't ask me who, but I mean, we've seen some trainers here. I'm not the only one that's going to go here, but they make some really cool targets that are fun to shoot at, that I may shoot at personally, that are not appropriate for this course.
I agree with that, and that's one thing that we made a rule about on the TWRA ranges. You can't bring in a target that looks like a current or former president or terrorist.
Red Rap with the RPG, the ones
Yes.
that guns and leather, everyone loves to shoot at. I
Let them
don't
bring in
know.
their own target.
Yeah.
No.
Well,
But some might. I don't know, but I don't.
Not for what we're going to do.
We're talking about if you go to the range yourself, like guns and leather. I'm going to use that range for me to go shoot at. That's not where we qualify at. But you can buy a myriad of targets on the walls that present different scenarios.
I used to get the silhouettes in when I'd ask, but of course.
Yeah, and so, but what I'm saying is the certified trainer could use those same kind of targets that we're talking about. They could use one that's got a picture of,
Hajib.
We don't want them to do
No, we don't want the zombie targets. We don't want the hajibs.
we don't want zombies, and we don't want.
We don't want, as much as somebody might want to shoot at Joe Biden up there, no, you can't do that. You can't shoot Donald Trump either.
Right. So, like I said,
Stop it.
we don't want that.
So we're going to name it.
Well, we can't.
I thought we'd just say plain silhouette, no animations.
Could you say a silhouette target and give some examples, but not limited to, like IDPA, IPSC, BQ 19 or whatever,
So
just
we could-
whatever. I mean,
we could
just
do
maybe
that.
list a few, but just say such as, but not limited
Yeah.
to. Would that be inappropriate?
We used to use. We had some smaller ones of those. It was a TQ something else. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you couldn't see any lines. It was just they were real faint. So we were training people to shoot toward the center because when you go out and you're working out here and you're working security, the bad guy ain't gonna have. He's not gonna have a target on his shoulder like Blaze there, a crosshair. He's just gonna be standing there. So you got to pick out your spot. Y'all have seen this. We talked about this. Do this? Make it do that?
Oh, yeah.
Y'all see that? Everybody look at the. Ever shot before, you know that as much as you try to hold it still, you're going to wiggle and move like that a little bit. But all right, here's another one. Here's where I like this animation because this is where a lot of people mess up their shots, is with their trigger pull. If you put too much finger in there, you're going to push it a certain way. If you put too little, you're going to pull it away. So that's pretty good. If you'll notice the muzzle, the front side and the muzzle here, which is what's really important, you see that it's not moving very much. And that's important for your trigger pull. If your trigger pull is moving that a lot, then it's not. All right, so here's another place. We want them to practice their trigger control, trigger reset. I put trigger reset in there, I think, somewhere. And I also said this is a good spot to keep practicing your stance, your grip, your drawing, your sight alignment, trigger control, reholstering. So it's always good to think about all the other stuff. So again, now what we used to do with semi-automatics is we would let one person shoot, and then they would have a partner that would reach over and grab the slide rack the slide, make it simulate the recoil or whatever, and then let them do that again, and then let them swap up. Do y'all do that? That's just probably the best way to do a semi-automatic. So, again, what do we want to say up here? Times, basically the same as the other one. Okay. Slide 226, same as, I don't know. Did add a little bit, added a couple of slides here. I actually added some slides there, and I don't know what happened. I talked about instead of having 3 slides here, I made 2, I thought. I went in and I talked about forward and rearward and lateral movement. And I put in there that as an instructor, you may not be able to do that. I know Donald, when he goes to the TWRA range, he doesn't have the luxury to be able to do that. You probably can't do that at Guns and Leather, can you?
I can.
Okay. So, I mean, that's good, because remember back in the statistics, we said that if you stand still, you have a certain percentage chance of getting hit in the torso. But if you move and fire, that reduces that chance. So I think we need to be teaching and training these people to do all this stuff while moving toward cover. Either right or left or front and back or whatever. How do you do cover? Well, we at TWRA, we built some PVC things to stand behind. But you don't even have to do that. If you had a classroom with this thing right here, you could have them stand right here and shoot around it. Whatever's there. Police Academy, they had 2x8s, I think, nailed straight up and down. And you could get behind them and simulate cover. So you don't have to spend a lot of money and that kind of thing. So I put a couple of slides in there, and I'm not sure what happened. I can redo it. All right. Here, I'll change slide 251 for the same as those other ones. Yep. Yeah. 245 of same. Now, I will say this about loading magazines. For time's sake, you might only have them put 2 or 3 in there and take them out and do 2 or 3 again, take them out and do 2. But what they also need to realize is if you got a high capacity magazine that holds 15 or 17 rounds, that last 1 or 2 can be tough to get in. So they're going to have to load up several and know what it's like. So I added some pictures to the stoppages. I got these from another trainer, and this is a very good example of a double feed. You've got one in the tube and one trying to go in. That's bad stuff right there. That's not easy to fix, as y'all know. Even if you've practiced it a lot of times, it takes longer. I don't care how good you are to do that. So I'm telling you to set up a double feed and then clear it. Again, we'll say we'll do the same thing, show this 2 or 3 times or whatever, so add 254 to that. I can mention here that a revolver shooter is not going to experience this issue. Capable of doing that. Here's a stovepipe. Here's how you fix it, and then let's spend a few minutes. So 257, same deal.
256, the wording, I might change that just a little bit. Where you say the technique, if the non-shooting hand is correct, to cup over and grab not the stovepipe round, but I would say to grab the slide and aggressively pull it to the rear. You don't want to grab the round itself. To clear that, all you have to do is tap and rack it. It's just like any other failure to fire. So
Okay.
You see what I'm saying? Grab the stovepipe round doesn't. We used to teach to knock it off with your hand, but we found that's not necessarily, you just rack the slide.
Right, that.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think that's just a typo.
Okay.
Yeah.
256. Kevin will like the other line. Talk about failure to feed, improperly seated magazine. Again, we're going to do the same thing. 260, same language. I did point out that a revolver shooter, you're not going to have this failure to feed, although you could have a squib load that would kind of be the same. In other words, you shoot it and it doesn't work. And I mentioned squib load somewhere else. If it doesn't feel right or doesn't sound right, you need to stop and check things. And I made a note of that somewhere in another slide, and I probably moved over it. Questions? The next several slides are optional if you have a shotgun. Y'all seen all of them. Okay, so, maintenance, safety and maintenance. And I did add, after we get it unloaded and the ammunition moved out of the way, we're ready to clean it. I have the wrong. Do y'all have one that shows cleaning materials? I somehow part of the wrong. I'll find it. Pictures down to my vault and took some pictures of. I added pictures of magazines. That was something else we talked about. And we didn't have any pictures of magazines, so I've got a 45 ACP magazine and a Glock magazine, fully loaded, showing the little holes that are in them, so you can see how many rounds you got and whether you got rounds in there or not. I've got one showing the Glock magazine taken apart and the components and what they do and how they work. I've got one showing the follower and what it is and how that it can come up and lock the slide open for you. And so I'm not sure what happened. I didn't get them. I gave the wrong version or I'll go back and fix that. So I did add that to it. The main thing I changed on this one was I said here the cleaning, maintaining, transport, and storage. I put in here it's most safely accomplished if the firearm's unloaded and the action's unlocked or locked. But then here I said if you're going to transport, you need to be familiar with the laws, because in Tennessee we already have several that deal with transporting firearms. You know, you can get a carry permit. It can be concealed or non-concealed. You have constitutional carry. So I just said you need to know what they are and keep up with them. I mentioned some things in here about law enforcement and security. Saved the wrong thing apparently. I hope I still got it somewhere. I'll go back and change it. Basically what I said in transporting is that I made mention that there's a big difference in hunting and sporting use of a firearm, and most of the time you hear everybody saying don't load it until you're ready to use it, unload it when not in use. Well, the problem with being a law enforcement or security guard is you're always there's fewer times that firearm is not in use, because you're using it as a defensive weapon, and you're going to keep it. It's probably going to be loaded more so than if you're hunting or in sporting situations. So I think Jack had mentioned something about that the last time, talking about transporting a loaded weapon. Well, obviously, if you're hunting or sport shooting, it would be unloaded and in a case. But if you're law enforcement or security, more than likely it's going to be loaded and carried, usually in a holster. But if you're not, if you're just going to haul it up and down the road, you probably still need to have it unloaded, because it could vibrate, especially in these potholes we got now.
Just a quick thing, not that I don't appreciate the extra 3 hours, but on 47, no one is oriented 27/7. Might want to change it to 24/7.
Oh, okay.
I mean, I could use those 3 hours, but
Yeah, the time's fixing to change, so yeah, make a note of that. 3:15.
unless you mean it's going to change by giving me an additional 3 hours every day for the rest of my life, I don't think that one's going to apply.
That's state clock.
We operate in a different time zone up where I live.
WPT. Free.
All right, and then this is the section that I talked about, the application process. We kind of went over that last time. Megan and I are going to get together and try to make sure that what you see here is the latest and greatest of what you really see if you go there and do that.
Yes, on those, I'm sure you'll hit it, but on slides like 320, it still says unarmed at the top, and then there was another one.
Oh, okay.
The one that says the code as well.
Which one?
319.
I got three. Oh.
So
Okay.
it says unarmed at the top,
319.
and
Yeah,
it says
I see that.
unarmed in the use the following code.
320. Does it say it somewhere else?
Yeah, and number 1, unarmed service code.
Okay. Yeah, I have somehow, I think I've saved the wrong version or something. I'll go back and fix it and make it right, but 319, okay. That's fine. That's I'll check all these again and make sure I've got everything is. All right, so the only other thing, that's the end of that. The only other thing is we're trying to wrap this up, obviously. And one of the things I want to make sure about is the armed renewal is going to basically be reviewing anything about obviously anything new that comes up, like a Supreme Court ruling or a state Supreme Court or something like that. If that changes, we'll make that change and you'll teach that. But for the most part, it'll be going over a lot of this same stuff in the armed renewal and practicing the maneuvers and the moves or whatever. And what else? It'll just basically be a repeat of the armed without, it won't be 8 hours. So, and then you'll go to the range. Now, marksmanship training. I feel like we need to not etch this thing in stone and say it's got to be 2 yards or it's got to be 3 yards. I think we can say you need to shoot so many. We can say shoot so many rounds from, and I think we should be able to go with 2 to 3 yard line. Because I mean, if I say it's got to be 3 yards, and y'all go to a range somewhere and it's 2.5 yards or 4 yards. I mean, you know, you're technically going to be not following the procedure, and it's not really going to make that much difference whether it's 2 yards or 3 yards. Do y'all agree with me? I just don't want to. I don't want to create something that I force you to not be able to follow, because I already know that, like in the case of Donald using the TWRA range. I could very easily spec him out where he couldn't follow the rules by saying you got to do this or you got to do that, because he gets down there and he's got to do what Sam Murray lets him do, and if it's not exactly what we said, then he doesn't get to do it. So I don't want to create. I think Frankie said at the beginning when first time we ever met about this, we don't want to create something that becomes an obstacle where people can't do this. That's not what we're trying to do. So, Jesse, do you feel like that we can do that? And instead of saying it's got to be a 3 yard line, we can say 2 to 3 yard line. Next is 5 to 7 yard line or something of that nature. We have got to be able to accommodate the different ranges that are out there, because we're not going to have somebody to, we're not all going to run over to Memphis and shoot at the Bartlett range. And we're not all going to run over to Knoxville and shoot at the John Sevier range or something like that. We just, when we set up our range qualification, I just think that we need to keep that in mind. So we're all thinking somewhere around and about the 3 yard line, the 5 yard line, 7 and 10. And I like the idea of allowing the person to shoot 4 or 5 rounds at maybe 15 if you have that available, or 12 if anything beyond 10. Just leave it up to the individual that's going to be shooting at that particular range. Now, here's something else that I think we need to be thinking about. We at TWRA, we would fire at least 8 of our 50 rounds. When we fired for the qualification, we would use at least 8 of our duty rounds. Do you all feel like that? I have a feeling that nobody does that in the Guard service.
Lost.
I do one company that when they do change from their carry rounds, they allow them to be shot up. So they'll have 50 of some type of defensive round that will shoot up every few years, not every year, unfortunately, and then they replace it with quality, new defensive rounds. I'd say most companies do not do that.
I'm going to say this about that. I shudder to be sitting in the courtroom in the witness stand, and the attorneys are asking me, did you qualify with these hollow point bullets that you shot my client with? Did you qualify with those?
Say no. Yeah.
I hate to be sitting there the day I say no. I never. The first time I ever shot one was the day I shot him. That is going to be a sad day, I think, for somebody. And whether it was good, bad, or indifferent, somebody can make a big case out of that. So I just want to think about that. And I mean, how do you know that ammunition is going to function in your firearm? I had a Colt 380 government model. It wasn't the Mustang, but it was the government model. It wouldn't shoot Winchester silver tips because the hollow point was so wide that it would get hung on the feed ramp every time.
Question. If, for example, they go out and let's say they qualify initially with a Glock 17, and then they want to change firearms because the company that requires them to carry a firearm is a Beretta. So they have to come in, they take the class, they now qualify with the Beretta, that puts it on the license, all well and done. Now, they come for their Glock 17, they use X self-defense round because that's what we're making them do, shoot that round. Then they go to company B and they don't want them to use that round in the Beretta, they want them to use this round. Is there any liability or anything there? Does that change the scenario any? Like have we done in the service? Are we forcing them to come back and requalify with that round, or are they in the same position then if they don't go qualify with that round? Because they're still going to have to answer no in that scenario.
I think that's significant. Jesse, what do you think?
I think for our purposes, you wouldn't have to you may not be requalifying, but I think in terms of liability, I think that's an interesting question. I just said I think it probably makes a difference. So, I mean, even if we don't require you to requalify for that specific round, if you've already qualified with that firearm and that make and model, that's probably something the company would want to discuss. So maybe as a trainer, maybe that's an aside you want to mention.
I just know that's what we did, and I just don't think it'll go well if you're there on the witness stand and that question comes up and you say, well, no, I've never shot those in there before till that day.
No, and that's why I said. So I think it could
Not
be
addressed.
It could be either something the trainer mentions as an aside, or
Because we just talk about the caliber
right.
of the gun.
Right.
Think about it with shotguns a lot too.
Which is probably good they don't address that. Probably best.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I addressed it in the presentation just simply because if you've got a small, cheap gun that's not designed to shoot the plus P's or the plus P pluses, then you could cause it to blow up. But if you shoot somebody with something, somebody's going to go through the seat of your pants with a fine-tooth comb, and they're going to ask you a lot of questions. And
Can we recommend it? Can we at least put a caveat in there? Maybe we just say, "Hey, it's recommended that they do this." I mean, that I think removes it, but
Does it make more sense to put it in the day 2 training?
yes.
Okay.
yeah, and I'm perfectly fine with that, because that's really where it needs to go. That's where they're going to be, because we don't play with no live ammo in anything so far.
So you put in the day 2 and just say it's recommended that, whatever, contact your company, find out what, type of ammunition you'll be using and try to qualify with that.
Okay. Now, the next only thing that I'm really concerned about is, and I know it's not a great big deal because not a lot of people do it, but these shotguns, our suggested curriculum, and there's probably a reason for this. It's probably 30-something years old, and we don't really know what the answer is, but it says in there that the only thing that you'll shoot when you qualify is buckshot. And I have a fundamental issue with that, because when you pull that trigger, you either got 9 or 12 pellets. They're 32 caliber pellets that you don't have any control over where one of them goes. But when you pull that trigger and you got 9 or 12 of them, you got that. So why would we only allow you to shoot buckshot in a shotgun?
I submitted it for rule change, did I not?
I don't remember.
It's not in the rule.
I know I submitted it for
The rule
change.
says you're using a standard shotgun.
Says
is that
standard
where you're
12
getting
gauge.
buckshot from?
Standard 12 gauge
With
shotgun.
buckshot.
But in our suggested curriculum, shotgun qualifying, it says it shall be buckshot only. Now, TWRA used to have a rule that you couldn't shoot full metal jacket on a TWRA range. Well, that came from back in the early 70s when it went from the Game and Fish Commission to the TWRA, and they created those rules. The reason they didn't want you using full metal jacket ammunition is because it wasn't and still isn't legal to hunt with full metal jacket ammunition. So somebody decided, well, there would never be any reason whatsoever to ever shoot a full metal jacket round. So therefore they banned them. Now we changed that in 2010, I think it was, when I rewrote that rule and I took that out.
What I said was your father helped write that.
Can we? Do you need a motion?
Go ahead. No, I'm just saying he helped write this curriculum.
Y'all want to come back after lunch, or do you want to finish? I know you want to eat, but so those were my questions that I wanted to get in today, and I can finish writing this what we need to do. I think at this point, but I want to know where we're going with that, and I want to know why.
I think back in the day when she was talking about my dad.
Right, and I'm okay with that. I just thinking, is that where we need to stay, you know?
I don't, at this day and time, I think that, you should be.
Right.
So, Leroy, I mean, I think that it's.
That's my concern too.
Yes, I think back in the day, that was the standard.
I know business is
Was that us recorded?
all day long.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Frankie.
Frankie, will you turn your mic on?
It's off now, okay. Do I need to go back over the shotgun stuff or not?
No.
No, okay. What I'm talking about is I think that Jack and I are the only people that are here that operate security guard companies. I may be wrong. Maybe these gentlemen have operated them before, but the way I understand it, everybody here today, except for Jack and myself, have training academies or trained for other companies. So I think one of the gentlemen talked about he had 40-something people in his handgun in his armed security guard class. I've never had that many in mine. I'm not saying he can't do it. Now, my handgun permit class I have, but that's a totally different training curriculum type thing. And I think what we're doing here is a handgun permit had a standardized training curriculum because I was a handgun permit instructor. I'm not anymore because there's just no demand for it. But I was also a level 2 instructor for the Department of Safety that helped certify people to be handgun instructors. But I think when we're getting into this armed security stuff, we have to be mindful that we have, you mentioned earlier that there's 450 trainers across the state. Out of those 450 trainers, I wonder how many of those people are like these other gentlemen on the panel that operate out of an academy or they're strictly working for a big operation that they're their trainer. I don't really know that number. I can't imagine, I can't imagine it's nowhere near how many trainers you have. So once again, as I said when we started this several months ago, we have to be mindful that people like myself and Jack, we're training 2 and 3 guards at the most at a time. And we want to train them. But that's really not how we make our living. We make our living in the operational side of a security guard company. So if we can take what these guys on the panel want to do with taking in mind the operational part and getting a good balance, I think we're moving forward. But if we design this and sign off on this that kind of leans toward an academy, I think you're gonna choke down some of these smaller operators that have their in-house trainers. I just want to make that statement, that's all. Because I remember you said to me when we approved the test, you made the statement, I don't care how you really get there as long as we have a uniform test across the state. Is that not what you said? You said I don't care how you get there.
What I said was I didn't care how you presented or how you taught it, whether you used a PowerPoint or whether you used dry erase or whether you use videos of you teaching.
Right. So everybody has their own style of training. Everybody has their own style of training. And some of these de-escalation subjects that y'all are talking about, and Angel is talking about the time that we spend on it, and we only have this much time in training. But in some of this training that we're doing, there's a lot of training that is somewhat post-oriented to the work that you're doing, like the training that Jack would be doing with, on 22nd Avenue in Nashville, is that security officer is totally different from a guy that's in a bank. So I think some of these scenarios that could be taught in a class, the time that Angel's talking about that we're short of the time could be used for different situations. That's more that he could teach more about, that entertainment type security versus bank security. So, I think that we need some flexibility than just being able to take this and read it line by line to teach a person with no demonstration, with no interaction, with no, I know you talked about scenarios, but we're worried about the timing factor, but there's really no way, in my opinion, that you can put a time on demonstrating Weaver stances and all this kind of stuff in questions and answers, because I've never taught a class that's never been the same. It's always different every time. And these guys may disagree with me, but that's just my experience. But if this is what we approve, this is how I'm going to train. And yes, everybody needs to train based upon what we approve or what y'all approve or sign off on, the commissioner does. But there is more training because you have post-training for that post that person is working. And so I think that some of the training cannot be just, I don't want it to be book training where we're timing it to where you got to go over this line, you got to go over this line. I think the training is more, in my opinion, about different scenarios and questions and answers and all this kind of stuff. So, that's just a point that I wanted to make. Now, when we get this in place, I'll find my own style, and everybody has their own style. But I don't want the smaller companies that train their own people that don't have the luxury of going to one of these guys' academies, that's 100 miles away or 60 miles away or whatever. They have to do it right there at their own office, choke them down to where, they got to have all this different kind of equipment, and they got to have all this stuff and this, that, and the other. So that's the only concern I have about what we're doing here with this situation. So I've tried to just sit back and listen. The handcuffing issue, man, that's I agree with Jack. Is it better to, and you said observe and report? If I have a client and my guard is observing and reporting and somebody is getting hurt and somebody's getting, physically assaulted, they're going to fire me the next day, or they're going to have that guard removed from the post and say, get him off my property, get me somebody else. If we're there to observe and report, we're also there to protect. It's always been my opinion, if you're a sworn officer, if you're a citizen, you have a right to step in a third party. Am I right? You have a right to be a good Samaritan to step in. If you're a law enforcement officer, you have a duty to do it. And I feel like, in my opinion, if a security officer is for hire to protect, he has that same duty to step in and protect. That's just,
law doesn't provide that.
So if I'm working one of my posts and my men, and there's an altercation and he doesn't step in to try to prove, I understand the deterring and all that stuff, but if it gets to the point where you're in a hospital situation and he needs to step in and do something, that's what he needs to do, in my opinion. And then You know, it's kind of like as a security company and as an operator, it may not. I may have a civil issue. But that's a risk I'm willing to take. That is a risk as a company I'm willing to take, and I think that because I know what the client's going to do. Why didn't your guy do anything? Why didn't he do anything? Well, we can't because we're not law enforcement. Well, why can't you do something until the law enforcement officer gets here? We did call 911, Mr. Whitfield. We did call them. They're on their way. But in the meantime, he's kicking the guy in the head. So I think a jury would say it would be reasonable if the security officer could detain that person with restraints, then to take his expandable nightstick out and beat him over the head every time he got up, or pepper sprayed him to keep him down until the police get there. I don't think that's reasonable. I think that if we can restrain that person that's being uncontrollable, that is causing harm to people until law enforcement arrives, I think that's reasonable. It may not be legal, but it's reasonable. So the civil part of it, I don't think, in my opinion, a jury, I don't know how they could rule or give a judgment to a security guard company and be liable. So I mean, that, I know we're getting into litigation kind of stuff, but I mean, it's my opinion is what's reasonable. And as an operator, that's a risk I feel like I'm willing to take, because I think if I don't, then anybody can sue anybody for anything. So I'm, and Miss Cody, in hospitals, and maybe Frank can elaborate a little bit. We have hospitals, and we go to the rooms when they have restraints that's ordered by a doctor, that's ordered by a physician. Well, guess what? It is the security of the hospital that usually put those restraints on. I don't know if am I correct?
You are correct.
So, I mean, how many security companies do prisoner transports? I mean, are you going to haul these people down the road?
Prisoner transport's exempt, so it's different.
But
Right.
the point I'm trying to make is, I understand that, and what we're saying.
But the way some of this stuff is lined out in the teaching, it's kind of like you say this stuff, and it's kind of like, well, my training is, I don't need handcuffs. I think that, I can't carry handcuffs. I'm not allowed to use them. I think that is a company or a client policy. Instead, there's no law that says you can't have them or use them, right, Counselor?
Well, I think that's where some of the issue is, because the rule says you can't carry any weapons that are not authorized by the commissioner. And as we've discussed, handcuffs may or may not be weapons.
It can be used as a weapon, just like that coffee cup can.
Right, and there's another statute that prohibits unarmed guards from appearing as law enforcement officers. So I think there's kind of these twofold issues. One, at what point does a security guard start to look more like a law enforcement officer and give that perception? Is that perception being made by handcuffs? Maybe, maybe not. Is being made by handcuffs plus, a certain type of uniform? Well, maybe so. So I think it's hard to say a blanket statement of, yes, in this situation you can detain. Yes, in this situation you could legally handcuff someone, because all of it's always going to come down to a case-by-case basis. So I think as it goes to, whether or not you're teaching that and saying, well, this hospital, here's how we, administer restraints. Well, because that's different. I think that what we're doing here with this training is we want to make sure that the guards understand the law and they understand the rules and regulations of the department, and kind of the limitations as well that we place on liability and their authority. Do you hire guards that have already received their training from elsewhere? Or if you hire someone who's licensed, would you make them redo the 4-hour training?
No, if they're currently licensed, no. But in my world, most of the guards are not. So
no, I understand.
That's why I became a trainer, just like my dad did years ago. Because we do, and I do. I do training for other companies in the area and people that need their license. That's not how I make my living. So, and the other stuff that I trained in, I just did it kind of as a courtesy. I don't know, because I've got the education and so forth. But the more the training is on post about what they're doing. But I understand this is the basics, and this is the basics that security needs to know, and to get them licensed and to do the background fingerprint and all that stuff. Once again, I just want to say that it is the basics, and we don't need to set this thing up to where you're choking down an in-house trainer for a small company in a small area. And I understand these guys over here have academies, and if you want to requalify with a different ammo and all this stuff, that enhances their business, but it chokes down your guys like me and Jack. And so, if the rules say qualify with the gun and that certain ammo, do it. If the company requires them to qualify with a hotter bullet or whatever, then these guys can train and make money, and I hope they all do well. But you brought up the 32. Mr. Winfrey brought up the 32. That's pretty simple with me. If they come in there with a Bryco, or they come in there with a Jennings 9, or they come in there with junk, I'm just not going to sign it. I'm not going to train them. So if they come in there with a 32, I'm just not going to qualify them. I'm not. And so, the holsters and stuff like that, when I'm training, I issue holsters with my people. So, all this stuff is good, but I think that I just want to make sure, and I'll adapt whatever I need to adapt to as me, but I just don't want to choke down the training for these people that have smaller companies that can't have the luxury of sending somebody up here to Nashville, 150 miles away or wherever, because I think you're going to see, if we don't take a look at that, I think, Miss Cody, what's going to happen, you're going to have trainers that drop off. That's what I think, because.
Well, I hate to hear that, but we need more training.
Well, look. Well, if you, I agree with the standard testing. I agree with the standard outline, but some of this stuff is, in my opinion, it's choking down a smaller guy. And if you do that, what's going to happen is these trainers are going to say, well, I'll just send them to, I'll just send them to the academies. And so this is good for these guys, okay? I mean, just like the late Buford, you talk about my daddy, let's talk about Buford too. That's all Buford did, was train for other companies, and he did very well with it. And Buford was a great trainer. But if you choke the smaller guy down, you're going to lose trainers. That's just my opinion. And I thought I'd get an amen out of this, but I hadn't.
I was waiting. I was patient. Okay, I just.
I understand Mr. Angel here about time and all that kind of stuff, but there's other stuff that can be inserted into the curriculum that's off the hip by this subject, using my real life experiences and real life experiences that I've heard Leroy talk about. You call them more stories we'll talk about in your training part of it. But when you lay out a curriculum, it can't be down to the second on paper. It just can't. That's just not my style. And I don't think that's a style of other smaller guys like me.
What
But
I'm trying to say is, this committee, we some degree.
I'm sure, Jack, I'm.
Sorry, I got it. I can't state that. All right, okay. There are base industry standards, and that's all we're talking about in this training presentation. Whatever you do at a bar, that should be in their post orders, and that should be a separate set of training. Everything we've talked about in this presentation is based on industry standards. That's the first thing I'll say. Second thing I'm going to say is the reason I'm worried about time, and the reason I talk about time, is because if we're going to say it's a 4-hour class and we only give them an hour's worth of stuff, that leaves 3 hours of wartime. All right? And I think that's what we're trying to get away from with this committee. So that's all I'm going to say, and I'll shut up too.
Just to clarify, because I think maybe we're looking at this two different ways. So, Mr. Lex, is your concern the material that's being taught or the way that it's being taught? Because I guess I'm wondering is...
No, I think the material is right on point. The statute requires, certain material and all this kind of stuff. But what I'm talking about is, to give you an example, the handgun permit class. If you look at that, it tells you, what are the 3 fundamentals of handgun safety. You got, you go through there, and it's all in line with the test questions. Okay, it's a pretty good curriculum. I think this is what we're doing here. Okay, and yes, we have to. Angel's talking about we have to trade so many hours with the statute. Okay, if you go back to the handgun permit, I'm trying to use it as an example. There's not a lot of time in that because you're training citizens. It's a one-time deal, and it's basically the legalities and how to handle and clean a gun, and it's a one-time training deal. These guards are going to continually get trained, like Angel talked about, post-training for a particular post. And what we're training them for right now is to get their guard license, whether it be armed or unarmed. But my point is, you're going to have a training curriculum, but it doesn't need to be somewhat like the handgun permit class where you're basically reading a script. You guys may disagree with me, but in this, I think you got to have room. And so we're going to give trainers videos and all that stuff to make up some of this time, but we still have to have time to where you have scenarios. And my style of showing the two-handed grip or the cup and saucer, which is the Weaver stance, or any of that other stuff, may be different from Leroy's or Frank's. I mean, it may be different, maybe a different style. But to get all this on a standardizing the training and standardizing the testing, I think is long overdue, because it's like Cody said, all this stuff was done in my dad's day. And it's very antiquated, it's very outdated. And so, I think Jeff has done a good job. And everybody on this board has done a good job. I just want everybody to be mindful that you've got to have a little flexibility in this for these trainers that are not doing it every day. And I hate to keep using Angel as an example, but when you got Angel, okay, I've got an unarmed class tomorrow. If you'd like to attend, it starts at 8 o'clock. I got an armed class on Thursday, and then we go to the range on Friday. And then so he's got a list. I'm not picking on you, Angel. I'm just using an example. So that's what he does. He's got a schedule of when his training is. Okay, and then Frank may be set up to do the same thing with a big company. I don't know. But in my case, is I train when I need to train. I don't have a schedule. So if I get 3 people that I've hired that got a new account, we'll set up a training class. I do it. So I'm not doing it every day. So my knife is not as sharp as it is if I was doing it every day, like Angel and these other guys. So,
and that's the purpose of the committee, y'all. And I'll try to shut up, but the reason we're doing this is to make it easier on you. We're giving you all the material. Here it is. You don't even gotta do a whole lot of changing to it. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, but you're giving it. It's done in a way that it's scripted out. It's
Which makes it
scripted
easier.
out.
So, okay, I know you're saying that there needs to be more flexibility, and Angel and Jeff and I think a couple other people talk about this formula, I guess, by the number of slides, how long it would take. In your ideal world, how long would a curriculum from the state, I mean, do you think 2 hours worth, 3 hours worth from the state, 3.5 hours? What do you
I'm
think?
going to brag on Angel. Angel probably knows more about the timing part of it. I'm just saying that if it's 4 hours training, we don't need 4 hours of script.
How much script would you, I mean, I just want to flesh out what you're saying. How much flexibility, how much?
And so if I'm just giving an example, Council. If it's a 4 hour script, okay, you read that for 4 hours and your 4 hours training is done. Okay, they may require for question answering to go past 4 hours. I don't know that number. Maybe Angel has a has a standard
we've done
number that, but he keeps saying we don't have enough time in this subject. We don't have enough time in that subject. I just don't want the board to say, well, we don't have enough time in here and we need to fill in all this, and there's no time for off the hip instructions or that kind of stuff. And that's what I mean by
there's plenty of
choking
time.
down.
And
So,
I want to be real clear with the committee is that when I talk about time, I was mostly focused on time with the general training, the 4 hours. And when we talked about this in the very beginning, that 4 hours didn't include orientation, that didn't include breaks, it didn't include lunchtime, it didn't include testing time. It just was the curriculum. When the last committee meeting that we were at, my concern is that out of an 8-hour class, we had an hour and a half of material. I wasn't saying we had to fill it up, Frank, with more material. What I was saying is we need to outline what that actually is going to look like if we're going to do practical exercises, which is what we discussed today. That's all I was trying to say. We're making it easier on all the trainers by giving them all the information so that if they've never taught a class in their life, they can just read the slide and they're done. And I don't get the pushback on this. I really don't.
I'm not pushing back. I'm just saying that I think that it would be a whole lot easier for me to hire you if we're going to script it out for 4 hours, where I could just hire you to cut me a video. I'll stick the video in.
We've made it so easy for you to where all you have to do is read it off a slide.
Frankie, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
How would you teach this class right now? Tell me exactly how you do it and how many hours you'd spend on it and what you would go over and how you would go about doing it.
I think that he has done more research. Angel's done more research on timing part of it, but I don't think that. I understand, Angel, you're saying that it would be easier if it was scripted totally to the hours, but I think that you got to have some time for questions and answer. And my demonstrating is different from maybe yours and maybe whatever videos that y'all come up with.
Again, I'm going to say the same thing once again. The only time I brought that up with the timing was with the general unarmed training curriculum. That was it. Everything else with the armed, we have tons of time. We have tons of time for war stories. We got tons of time for doing draw strokes. There isn't a time issue with what we're working on right now. So I don't get what we're talking about right now. This is what I'm saying. Everything that we did with the general training is based on industry standards. If you want to do some more training on what you do at a hospital versus what you do at a club versus what you do in an office building, that's the company's responsibility, not what we're doing to get the license. And that's...
And I don't want to keep everyone. I know we're getting close to lunchtime, so I don't want to dwell on it too much. Right. But I think, part of the reason why this committee was formed, we do receive complaints because I review them. We receive complaints about trainers who are teaching 1 hour or less training classes. And, I think there's some level where the statute says it needs to be more than that. So I think, obviously we're looking at, well, this is a violation of the statute. These guards are not being trained. But we also know that guards We also know that guards move companies pretty frequently. We know that a guard might be trained and indicate on their application that. I'll wait till Joseph. We have guards who will say that on their application they're employed by one company, and before they're even licensed, boom, they're somewhere else. I mean, there's, especially downtown Nashville, I'm sure Jack runs this all the time, they're very, very transient. So we do want to say that we've got a training that if you're hired and trained by Jack Bird, and then, better example, you're trained by Angel Rodriguez, at his course, and then Jack hires you, that Jack can go train you whatever post-specific things that he needs for this bar. If he says, oh, this client has this responsibilities, he knows that that person has that baseline that they can go in and say, okay, they know how to do de-escalation. They're not going to do something crazy, or they know how to, make sure that they're appropriately dressed. I know we talked about some of those other items in there. So we just want to make sure that this baseline, you can go pick up anywhere else in the state, go somewhere else, and be fine whatever that client wants, whatever that company. If some company says we want to give you an additional 4 hours of post-training, that's great. If Frank Gaddis's people at the hospital need an extra 4 hours about how do you deal with someone in the psych ward, that's great. We want the industry to be policing that aspect of it. But this part is just the baseline, and we want to make sure, one, that people can go across the state and they're trained and they're fine. But then, two, we do want to start to police some of these issues. We've got companies that are doing way less than it, and because of the discretion that they have, they can say, well, I held them for 4 hours, or I taught them for, it was close to 4 hours. So we want to make sure that, this is as close as possible. Even if this is 3.5 hours based on the formula, that might get to 4 hours with war stories or demonstrations. We just got to figure out, and I think that you're starting to figure this out. What is that length? How much do we put in here that we can say, okay, in a good faith training, you're hitting 4 hours, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little bit less, but close enough to that 4 hours that this training is going to be that. We certainly don't want something that's a 1 hour's worth of curriculum, because we're going to have trainers that are going to pick that up and say, the state told me to read this, I'm done. And that's what we don't want. But I think that, if you can find some parts in here that you think we need to change, or some flexibility, I think that we
No, that's not what I started out with this. I didn't want to get in a debate with Angel. That's not my purpose. My purpose was, or a debate with anybody. My purpose was, let's just be mindful that we have trainers that are in-house trainers, and let's not choke it down to where this is customized for training academies. That's all I'm saying. And as far as the example I used with Angel, I didn't mean to get his blood pressure up, but I just want y'all to be mindful of that, because you got Jack and myself here that are operators, and everybody else is trainers. And I think that I agree with the standard testing. I agree 100%. I agree with the curriculum. I just don't want it. I think that if y'all are going to audit schools and sit in on schools, you're going to see if these people are hitting the 4 hour mark. So I just don't think we need a scripted 4 hour training class that hits that mark. That's just my opinion. But
let me just say one real quick thing.
That was the purpose of the committee, right?
When we opened the Stones River Hunter Ed Center, we wanted to use RSOs to volunteer to keep up with all the safety aspect. And I wanted to keep it open-ended so that we could let people come in and do what they knew how to do, kind of like what you're talking about. Well, I had a guy there that was a former air traffic controller, and the only thing he knew how to do, everything had to be done from a step by step by step by step procedure, and he wouldn't have it any other way. So we had to create that for people like that. And so what I was trying to get across to you is, I don't care if you don't use this presentation at all.
That is what I said a minute ago when you said we're going to have a standardized test. I don't care how you get there statement. That's what I meant. If y'all want to look, if you want to script this out to the second like you're talking about, that's fine. But I've got my own style. Jack's got his own style. I mean, if
as
we
long
could,
as you cover
the
this
subjects,
material
that's
at
what,
a minimum standard,
that's what I mean.
use your own style. Have at
That's
it.
what I'm talking about.
Fire in the hole.
And if I get tired of doing that, I'll just hire Angel to video me a tape, and I can stick it in. Is that correct?
I'm fine with that.
Only on VHS. Can I please motion for lunch?
Yes.
I make the motion for lunch.
Jeff, are we motioning for lunch or are we through?
Or can I motion to close? Adjourn.
Let me say this.
Fucking God.
I did find the correct PowerPoint presentation, and I put it on there. So if you'll load it on there, it'll have stuff like this in it. So if you want to teach somebody what a magazine is, not a clip, here it is, and here's what it looks like inside and stuff like that. So I don't know. I did this last night at about 10:30, and I don't have a clue. I don't know if I was ready to go to bed or what, but I just put the wrong file on there. So if you put the one on there that's got PowerPoint presentation and it ends with the word correct, this you'll see this stuff on it.
Or do we?
We got another meeting coming for something else, I'm sure. But what's the next one? I can't return afterwards.
Well, then we'll just, if we need another meeting, we need to set it. But whatever y'all, I mean, we got to get off the stool and turn this in. So, and I'm going to say this: if we don't do this, they're going to do it from right up there, and we may not. I mean,
I think the material is good. I'm ready for it to be passed and moved on. I understand what he's saying, and this brings up a topic. As long as you give people the 4 hours, I'm okay with it. But if I hear that you're going, well, hey, I went to so-and-so's class, hey, I was only there an hour, then you didn't violate the standards. I mean, there is a manual for a reason. It's not for you to shortcut it. Not for you can improvise on it if you want to, but don't, please, my goodness sake, don't shortcut it. I see this way too much in trainers, and I know why. It's the rule of thumb in security. You want to get them in, get them out, because they're not making you a dime sitting in your office.
Right there.
And now we're paying for it. Look at these issues which security guards are having. No licensing, no training. I mean, look at what you're walking into. It's because somebody shortcutted their training and they weren't told. I hear it every day in class I teach. Every day, and I'm tired of it.
I'll second what Frank is saying, is that I have so many students come to me and at the end of the class saying, I never learned this at the last one I went to. You don't know how many times we hear that. And the only other thing I'll say is, in regards to the next committee meeting, we haven't covered day 2. And that's all I'm throwing out there is I'm willing to stay after lunch and talk about day 2. I'm like Frank, I think we're in pretty good shape on day 1 with the adjustments we talked about today, but we haven't talked about day 2 at all and what that looks like. There's not a lot of real PowerPoint or anything. It's just outlining what it's going to be.
Okay, who can?
Leroy's.
Okay, if this is going to get to the point where we finish today and say, are you ready? Want that?
Farmers market.
Over here. Short walk. All right.
Yep. There's your
I'm gonna get a
motion.
motion.
Yep. You have it.
Cody, can you put that on the speaker for the video?
Motion to adjourn.
All right. Do I have a motion to adjourn for lunch?
I make that motion.
Jack and Leroy.
Oh, no, I'm good.
Hold on. All right, we have a motion made by, what did I say?
You said adjourning.
Resuming. Oh, darn. Talked a little that's what y'all get for me laughing. Excuse me.
Okay.
Are you ready, Jeff Renfrey?
All right, so
Hold it, they did.
we'll call the meeting. We've called the meeting back to order, and I do apologize for the mix-up on the presentation. I was able to find the one that I thought I was working on yesterday, and I put this slide in. This has got the magazine that's been taken apart. Not necessarily to teach people to take it apart, but they probably need to know that some of them are able to come apart and some are not as easily disassembled. But mostly just to show them kind of how they work and what they look like. So I did this one. I explained on this one, you know, we talk about how do you know what kind of ammo to use and things like that. And this one is actually marked 40. And then the groove that's on the side here that you really can't see as well up on the screen as you could on the computer. That, of course, if you have a round in there, that little flat spot right there is down, and it doesn't operate the slide lock lever. And not all guns have that. There are some guns that do not remain open when they're empty. So I mentioned somewhere in here that you need to know how your firearm works and exactly, you know, how it works and all that. So, and I do want to say this, Frankie, to your point earlier. When I'm doing a PowerPoint presentation, just like when I see this slide right here, I know exactly what I need to talk about. So I'm not necessarily going to read everything. I'm just going to say, hey, this is a follower in a magazine, and some of them are designed to lock the slide open, and then you're ready to go, you know, to the next one. This is a loaded chamber indicator. Not all firearms have it. This indicates that it is unloaded. This indicates that it's loaded. And in the dark, you can feel and tell that this gun is loaded because you can feel that little thing sticking out. So, you know, I don't necessarily read the slide. I just, when I boom, I know what I need to talk about here, and I do it.
Are we on the second day of training yet?
Well, no, I just wanted to show them that I put this in there and I gave them the wrong copy. And I think everybody's got the correct copy now, right? Okay. So here's a speed loader, here's a speed loader, here's an empty cylinder, here's the speed loader inserted, and here's the full cylinder after you click the button. So
when you get to a point like this, I know what you're talking about, you're kind of ad-libbing and talking about it.
Absolutely.
As they're reading it. So let me ask you, do you go, remember this, you may see this again, and then read it. This could be a test question.
sometimes I do. But see, the way this is set up, we'll get to a point here in a few minutes.
Remember this. You may see this again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But see, right here it is, and you and I know, you don't necessarily have to tell the students, but these are the test questions.
Right.
And so, you can go over them, and this is the stuff that, that you need to make sure that you've covered. And how you present that, I mean, if you've got this thing memorized, and I've taught firearms enough that I can probably do this in my sleep. Now, I can't do the laws, but the actual firearm stuff, yeah. Because I've done that I had an attorney when I was at TWRA, we'd subject our people to the attorney, and they'd tell them everything they need to know about all the laws and the deadly force and all that kind of stuff. We just taught them how to shoot. So, but now, as a certified trainer, you kind of got to do it all, whatever they need to know. So,
Can I make a,
WWJS. Just remember that phrase. WWJS. What would Jesse say?
Well, what would Jesse do?
I make a motion to turn the heat down?
What would Jesse say?
I'm not real sure I know how to do that.
No, it's already preset. And then I'm
I give you the option to take notes.
take notes.
Yep. And if you don't have paper, I'll charge you for it. If you don't have a pen, I charge you for it. Just kidding. I don't know.
I knew that wasn't right.
No, he would do that if he could get by with it.
Okay, but,
Look over there like,
so you don't give them this power, you don't imprint it or anything?
No,
They just review it, make notes.
Just like I said, I always say, remember this, write this down. You may see this again. And then that gives them a clue to write it down. Yeah.
This PowerPoint has done a good job of that. And I taught the unarmed for the first time a week or two ago, the new version, and it was easy peasy. I mean, it was. I started talking about stuff about reviewing, and I'd review the slide presentation when I'd click, and the review was there. You know what I mean? I was doing it in my brain, but it was there. So it was good.
So, anyway, just so y'all know that I didn't sit on my throne of do nothing and didn't do any of this, I actually did work on this presentation. I just copied the wrong one, and who knows what I was probably ready to go to bed or something. I don't know. But anyway, I just copied the wrong one. So here they are. Now, so I think we're pretty good with this. I will have to figure out which slides, but they're going to be different when Megan gives me this. I'll have to compare them to the incorrect version, which I've indicated which one that is, and I'll make sure that I have it right on the correct version, which I've named it correct. So we'll make sure we
I
get
just wait
that
to
done.
see if the fan was
I
back there.
flipped that to cool. It was on.
pulling off now. I
That's
smell
not-
the air blowing.
Feels like it's.
That's something.
Feel like it's cooling off?
It does.
Yeah.
Because there's no fan. Usually
All right, so where we are now. Now, this is not a mistake. If you look on the thing I gave you, if you click on marksmanship training, I think it is. There's not going to be. It's going to be an empty folder. I'm just going to use that format going forward. That's where I'll put it. But that's really what we want to talk about is what are we going to do on day 2, and I think what we should do on day 2. This is just me. I'm going to throw this out there. We're probably going to need to do some of the same things that we're doing here, except now we will actually be either. I actually do have a. Now, I actually did put a little PowerPoint together It's kind of short.
No, you got that.
So this is the 4 hours of marksmanship training, and I don't even, it's been a while since I put this together, so whatever's in here is very, 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 very draft version. Same muzzle control. Now, I did put a range safety commands, a glossary, and so we're going to define some of the things here. Here's where I put an administrative uploads. Some people may call that something different. I really don't care what you call it as long as the concept is taught, because somebody may teach it to be called something a little bit different. Ceasefire, everybody knows what that means. And this is the only range command that can be given by any person at any time. Something we did also at TWRA, we would issue a challenge during the course of fire. So if you're in the witness stand and the attorney says, officer, are you trained to fire your weapon every time you pull it out of your holster? Challenge. Draw your weapon, and you're going to say, security guard, don't move, or whatever you're going to say. We used to say, police, don't move. Obviously, we can't say that because we're not police, but you're going to issue a challenge. If the threat diminishes, or if they don't move, or if they do whatever your command is, then and your finger will be off the trigger and outside the trigger guard. If you don't identify the threat, then you reholster. So then you can say, no, I'm not trained to fire my weapon every time I take it out of the holster. And that might be worth something in a court legal circumstance. Charge your weapon, combat reload, and I think last time I meant to go back and put what do y'all call that? A tactical?
Some do.
Combat emergency.
Well, I want to use, if administrative is also proactive, I want to use both words in the same thing because I've never heard proactive. And I don't know how many other trainers have. So I want people to have some latitude out there, but I want them to know what it means. Does that make sense?
Yeah, so number 5 would be either the administrative, active, tactical, emergency,
Well, what's important is, this is what's important out here. The gun's not firing, and it's either, it doesn't matter whether it's empty or the spring broke and quit feeding it or whatever. If the gun's not firing and you need it to be firing, that's the issue. So if you've got comments on that, you can email them to me or something. How do y'all do when you're issuing your command to fire? What's your procedure? Do you use the word fire or shoot?
I simultaneously yell the word fire as I'm pushing the buzzer on my shot clock.
I use the word up sometimes.
Well, and that's why years ago, we started just issuing the number. If we wanted you to shoot 3 rounds, 3 rounds standing, 3 rounds kneeling, dominant hand, switch to your offhand or whatever. So we just say 3 or 2. And the reason for that is if you were, as Leroy pointed out, if you're conditioned to start shooting when you hear the word shoot, somebody might be yelling, "Don't shoot," and all you hear is "shoot," and you start pulling the trigger. Or fire. You know, anybody in the public could yell "shoot" or "fire" or something like that, but they'd be a lot less likely to throw out a number, and you would know to automatically start shooting. So I don't know if we want to adopt something like that, but it worked really well for us for a long time. So I just put that in there. Holster an empty weapon, load, misfire. So all the things that we need to talk to our students about, we're going to go over right here, because this, you know, when we go out there on the range, these are the things that we're going to be talking about. Here's another one that we used was scan. We wanted to teach our recruits to, after they fire a couple of rounds, instead of looking down in their holster, there's no threat in your holster. Okay, the threat's out in front of you. So after they get through with the firing sequence, they need to maybe drop to the low ready, look left and right, maybe even look behind you. Again, going back to situational awareness, you need to know where people are and what's going on around you. And if you've had an event where you've had to fire your weapon, I think it's going to be real easy to lose track about where people are and what's going on around you. You know, not all of us have been in a situation like that. Leroy?
They have this in there, but what some people are doing now, they also scan and assess. And the assess means you've assessed who you have shot, and if they're no longer a threat, then you scan, do they have, you know, other, I'll say, threats in the area?
An assailant or an adversary or something.
Yes.
And then also, a big thing now is you need to summons help for them. If you've shot somebody now, you need to go in. Now that you've neutralized the threat, you've got another thing you got to deal with. Now you got to go over there and try to help nurse them back to
Render aid.
Yes, render aid. So I can put that in number 14 for scan. Put that add scan assess.
Assess and scan.
Yes, reluctantly go back.
Always fast out, slow back in, scanning. I've never heard just always scanning.
Okay. Slide 6. Fires a mark. There is no other copy of this presentation, so this is it. We used to use a command, we'd say show clear. So that means everybody has to show the instructor that your weapon is either unloaded and you know, you can tell them how you're going to do that. You're going to be at the Bartlett range. It's probably going to be laying on the bench in front of them with the slide lock back. You're going to be doing it over at Guns and Leather. You may have them in the holster with the slide lock back, or they may do the same thing. If it's a revolver shooter, you may have them just lay it there on the table in front of them with the cylinder open. So whatever you're going to require to show clear, you know, because you're the instructor, you're the one that wants to know that weapon is inert now. Talk a little bit more about ceasefire, talk a little bit more about the administrative upload, and I can put whatever words in there just to explain a little bit more about challenge. Kind of went into explain a little bit about, you know, what we do and why we do that. Scan, which I can add the word assess. The fire command, I explained that a little bit about why we do that. And again, We don't necessarily have to do that, but I just, as Leroy pointed out, we don't want to condition these people to every time they hear a word, to start blazing away at somebody. So that's one way to prevent that. We're going to talk about when we get through and we come back maybe to a cleaning area, we're not going to have any live ammunition, because what happens when you have live ammunition and a firearm? What happens to those two? They get together somehow. Yeah. So we want to make sure that we keep those apart. Now, here's Cody. Here's where we talk about targets. And I just put on there, the target will be a silhouette type target. Several examples are shown here for reference. And I just put the certified trainer will choose a silhouette target that's applicable to a specific range. Because there again, I don't want us to dictate a particular type target, and then it makes absolutely no sense whatsoever to have that target at that location. Now, all of these are big. These are full-size, human-size targets. I didn't put the names of them, but this one is what we used at TWRA a lot. It's the TQ-15, I think.
Something like that. That's one of those.
And if you zoom in, you might be able to tell what this one is. But
One on the left is B-27.
B-27, and then the B-29 is just like that, but about this size. This is the FBI-Q right here. We went to something like this because we were trying to get away from scoring rings and big, bold stuff. I mean, we want to train people to focus in this area right here. So,
A question. Based on the number of different targets, is there a unified or like how is everyone going to be scoring their targets? And will that be different? And if two people are using the same target, are they scoring differently? Does that matter? Are we addressing any of that?
well, that's a good question, and I don't really have the answer to that. We used a very simple. We used this target. We used a very simple scoring technique. You had to get 42 hits in that silhouette, and we would count to 42, and then we'd write a big old P right there. We used a pass-fail system. We don't do that here, but I'm going to ask the question, should we? And the reason I say that is, again, if you're in court, the attorney comes to you and says, "Officer, do I understand that you're allowed to..." Bad for if that same question was hard to shoot. %84. Allowed to miss shots out. Doesn't sound. So, I mean, should we be allowing people to miss? Sorry. Should we be allowing people to miss 30 out of 100 shots? I don't know. I'm just asking.
Under the statute, they'd be able to.
Yes.
So, I mean, we would need to change the statute. The statute does say, though, and I think that kind of goes to maybe what your question was. It does say 70% on any silhouette target course approved by the commissioner. So I think we could potentially have the commissioner, without doing a statute or rule change, have the commissioner approve and say, well, this is what 70% looks like, or this is, what a approved course looks like. Well, that's, if you're going to use the numbers, say maybe it's within this box or within this specific area. And I think that goes back to our discussion of, what does it look like to say from 3 to 4 yards, 7 to 8 yards. I think that at that point becomes a course approved by the commissioner.
And the other thing is, you can do, and I figured it up, and I wrote it down somewhere, but what is 70%? 38 out of 50? 35 out of 50? Okay. So we could still do a pass-fail, but what you end up doing is, people used to wear on their uniform, of course your badge is over here, but over here you'd line up all these things that said you were a pistol expert or a sharpshooter. How much of that do you see now? You don't see it. You know why?
People got their feelings hurt, and we're now in a generation of participation trophies. Shall I go on?
That's not the only reason why. If you shoot expert and you're all high and mighty and you shoot expert and you end up shooting at someone under a high stress situation, which is completely different from just shooting holes in the paper, and you shoot somebody you didn't mean to, I'm going to wear you out on the witness stand because you are an expert. You should not have missed and hit my client, this 5-year-old child, on the whatever. I mean, I can make it sound as bad as you want to go with it. So you don't wear all that garb on when you're in court, and I don't think to ask you that question. I just say, hey, what did you score when you shot? Well, I passed. What do you mean you passed? Well, I hit at least 35 out of 50 or 42 out of 50. But when you start priding yourself in shooting perfect scores on the range, that may come back to haunt you later. Is all I'm saying.
The Department of Safety in the hand count program for years used the actual score percentage, and then a few years ago they still require you to record it on your paperwork, but you submit to the state either incomplete, pass, or fail. And that's all they get at the Department of Safety. They don't know the score the student shot.
Right.
They just know incomplete, pass, or fail.
And all I'm saying is there's a reason for that, and it has to do with what I just described. All I'm asking is, do we want to follow suit or not? And just, you don't have to answer that right this moment, but it's something to think about.
I'd rather write the P on the score sheet and then an actual number. That way I won't forget the number.
Well, I mean, I'm just telling you what we did and why we did it. We also shot a lot of these targets. So you should never shoot number 3. So we're going to do a drill, and we're going to do 1, 2, and 4, or 1, 5, and 3. Or 1, 5, and 2, sorry. You'd be surprised how many people end up shooting whichever one that you didn't want to shoot. And it's not because they meant to, it's just because they didn't hit the one they're shooting at. So, and I don't think there's a problem with you all using these kind of things in training, but when you get ready to do the qualifier, you've got to use some kind of silhouette. We did a lot of shoot, don't shoot situations. Scenarios. When we talk about scenarios, here's a shoot and don't shoot. Which one of these are you going to shoot and which one are you not going to shoot? Hopefully you're not going to shoot this police officer who's got a badge in her hand. What?
Be an imposter.
Cracker Jack box.
Well, yeah. But, the point is, in a shoot, don't shoot situation, this is don't shoot, this is shoot.
Halloween.
Now, we had a thing we did with shotguns where we'd have different colored clay targets. And we bought, you can buy them in different colors, but we bought some that were yellow or white, and the officer didn't know what was going to come out, and he'd say pull, and a white one would come out or a yellow one. Well, they weren't supposed. They had to assess this is a don't shoot situation. Pull, an orange one comes out. Boom. They do that. So we set up shoot don't shoot scenarios. And we had some similar to this, too, that we used. Again, are you trained to fire your weapon at everything that you see out there? No, we have shoot, don't shoot scenarios where we are trained to decide, make a decision, a conscious decision, whether or not we shoot. So that's, you could use targets for like this for that. Now, here's an example of a BK-27 and a BK-29. See that, Cody? Oh, okay, you got it over there. All right, so basically, you know, the spirit of this target is the same. But if I put that target on the wall behind Frankie, and then I put that one beside it, if I'm going to put them all in the X, it's going to be easier to do it on that one, maybe, than it would be that one. Or, well, maybe not. It's about the same. The whole concept is if you can't get a range long enough, just get a short one and put a smaller target up there and make it stay within certain guidelines. Now,
we're going to leave that up to the trainer, right?
I think we should be able to, which is why, back to the original statement, we'll let the trainer do it according to the range that they have access to. I just don't see how we can do that any other way. You talk about putting too much stress and strain on somebody. I can't dictate what 450 people are doing all the way across the state based on this kind of stuff, because everybody's going to be at a different range with different reasons and different ideas and constraints, and we want to be able to write it up to where we can reasonably allow you to some leeway there. Of course, y'all know what happens if you give somebody too much leeway. What's going to happen? If you give somebody too much, you hire people all the time. If you give them too much leeway, what's going to happen? They're going to go out and do something you don't want them to do, aren't they?
Oh.
So, you know, somewhere between that and this is where we want to be. I just made a mention here that some of these targets have very obvious scoring rings, some don't. We actually went to a target that was just a photo target that didn't hardly have a scoring ring on it. They were kind of there, but they were so faint you couldn't tell. And so you got to decide what you're going to use and why you're using it. Now, here's the course of fire that I wrote up, just kind of based on Blaze sent me a little bit. I have my own that I've created in the past. But I said here 2 to 3 yard line. And this is where I was saying that, you know, I just don't, if we say you got to do the 3 yard line, and, you know, I don't know at Bartley, what's the closest you can do?
About 3 yard line.
Okay. So if I said you do it at the 2 yard line, you'd be in violation. Yeah. So we, you know, we don't want to create that situation for you. Guns and leather. What's the closest you can do there? 6 inches. So I don't want to say that you want to do it at 6 inches, do I? I mean that's kind of realistic. We used to do a shove and shoot where we'd push the target and shoot right there. Worked pretty good, except we were shooting like this and shooting them out the range a little bit.
Target stand.
But, so are y'all okay if we write it up like this? 2 to 3, then 5 to 7? I mean, it's just not possible to know where you're going to be shooting and what. I don't want to spec you out.
We don't do any drop, shoot, and roll stuff, huh?
No cartwheels.
Well, there again, I think we should be using cover at some of these things, and but can you do that at Bartlett? If I tell you you got to do this and you got to simulate cover or use cover, you can do that.
They got the little barricades that just fold out from the brain.
Okay.
So they're connected to it. So yeah, they'll allow you to do that.
Okay, but you can't do holsters, right?
Right.
So I mean, there again, I don't want to put something in here that you can't do. I mean, that's just
Hold on just a
sudden
second.
death.
Let's go back to what Frankie,
I was just being,
the other trainers
Yeah.
that don't use these ranges.
I don't know. I don't have a clue what 400 certified trainers are going to do.
Well, we have to write it so it'd be for all of them.
Well, that's why
I believe this would cover the majority of them. See,
Yes.
that's kind of what they would do is even
the
if you
one
went
that
to an
Frank
old.
shoots is real short. He can't shoot at 15 yards.
I mean, if I'm going to go to
It
if
just
I'm going to go to a
goes to 10
farm or I'm going to go somewhere that's not properly marked or whatever, you just roll it off and mark it. So you just temporarily, so they can still follow that guideline. They just,
This is.
yeah.
you could live with this almost anywhere, right?
Anyway.
Yeah, I mean, you just roll it off and mark it,
Yeah.
And that's the point I'm making. We just don't want to make it
In your
so
basement,
narrow
right?
that, because we will get pushback for that.
Buying stuff from
So back to the target when you're scoring the target, the 70-30. So you have a student that does headshots, and you go back and go, you missed the center mass, you hit headshots, so they look at you and say, well, I was doing body armor shooting. That's what you trained me is to.
Used to do that.
Right, so to the head and
2 to the head, 3 to the pelvis.
Right.
3 to the head, 2 to the pelvis.
I've had students say that, and I didn't believe them, but that's what they say. They were practicing their body armor shooting.
They don't need to be doing that unless you're teaching it.
Right. Unless they were instructed to do so.
Right. You agree with that?
Yes.
I mean, you're the range manager
Right.
or the range master, and yeah, that's your first clue. You probably ought to let that one go on back to the house. Yes. Yeah, that's Frank's new thing. When they do stuff like that, they're infected. So we had now, why do we do so many at the 2 to 3 yard line? Well, let's go back, and here's our justification. Let's go back to what the FBI statistics tell us. Most gunfights take place at what distance? 4.5 feet or something like that. 2 or 3, 4 feet. So, since most gunfights take place close, that's probably where we need to concentrate most of our training. So we got 30 rounds going at the close distance. Now, are we gonna at a distance from me to Cody? Am I gonna stick my gun out like that? If I do, what's Cody gonna do? She's gonna reach out there and she may take it away from me and whip me with it. So you're gonna be. Then that's where you train one hand and offhand, and I mean, at that distance, you can do some things. So most of the shooting is going to occur there. Then 15 rounds from the 5 to 7 yard line, and this is about where the 21-foot rule comes into play. You can remind them of that. 3 feet times 7 is 21 feet. So that kind of gives them an idea of how far 7 yards is. It's about here to the. Somebody can move that distance and cut you with a knife before you can get your weapon out and shoot. How are you going to shoot at that distance? Probably 2. call it strong hand, weak hand, and then somebody say, "Oh, that's negative," so we'll call it
Support hand.
dominant and non-dominant, or what do you call
Support.
it? Support hand. You can either do primary hand, whatever you want to call it, dominant, non-dominant, support, non-support, whatever you want to call it. There again, I don't have a problem with you calling it whatever you call it. Just train it and show them how to do it. And then timing. Most gunfights are 4.5 rounds in 3.4 seconds. So that means you're shooting faster than a round a second. So you gotta get your speed and accuracy in there together. And right now, I did put it on here. So 35 out of 50 is 70%. Now, Blaze, do you do the 250 points?
They have, the way I score, they're going to fire 50 rounds. I use the B29. Anything within that, the big ring is worth 2 points. Head, shoulders, abdomen, 1 point. So you need 70 to pass based on those numbers, how you grade it.
Okay. Since I'm a biology major and not a math major, that's complicated to me. I just like
Same as a handgun.
the hit or miss. So, but whatever y'all want to do, whatever you think is going to work the best for everybody. But I personally would like to see the pass-fail. I don't know if anybody else will agree with that, but
I agree.
I'm good with the pass fail as far as what's being submitted to the state. I just want to make sure that the individual knows what their score is, because there's a lot of value added that can be attained from that score. Because I tell my students, whatever your score is today, even if it's amazing, on the day that something happens, that's your best. That's your score on your best day. You will never rise to the occasion. You always fall to your most basic level of training. So this score here should humble you and should go out and get training, because even if you score excellent, if you're scoring expert, that doesn't mean that's your performance on that day, and that's what I would argue in court. Like, just because I scored excellent that day, that only mean I could fall lower, and I did more than what someone else would have done to be prepared for this moment.
I agree with you 100% on that. But can they fry you and barbecue you in court with those statistics? It's real easy to do that. It's real easy for them to do that to you, even though you and I both understand that that's the case. I don't care how good you are today shooting at paper. It's just like deer.
But I'll just get Jesse and I'll be all right.
It's just like deer hunting. If you hunt, I can sit there from the bench. I got a 308. I can put all my bullets in the same ragged hole at 100 yards. But when I'm shooting at a deer, it's different. And if you're shooting at a person, which I've never done that, come close once, but it's got to be different, okay? So that's the only point I'm making.
Okay. If we did, we've got.
Yes. Okay. That's what police departments do. They don't submit to post the score. They submit pass or fail, but they keep the score. Department of Safety, you keep the score. You submit pass or fail or incomplete.
Now, we didn't keep a numerical fail, and we just.
I think they're all right. I think they're all correct. I think the state needs to know pass or fail, because if something happens, they're going to subpoena you guys to make sure that there's an active license. Then they're going to drag the instructor in and go, how much minimum training did you give this student, and all this kind of stuff, and what was their score, where did you shoot, and all that kind of stuff. So I keep the records in their personnel file of what their scores are, but I don't. Yeah.
We never kept scores on, I'll say, simulation type training, decision based. It was only pass or fail, because we really did not want that score to go into court, because that was decision-based training.
Right.
I mean, think about that. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So,
I'm with you there.
yeah.
Well, and the other thing, if I got subpoenaed to court, and they asked me that, I would have just said, well, they passed. Well, what'd they score? Well, I and put a P on it. So we didn't keep up with it.
Like that.
Because if you do keep up with it and record it somewhere and you get subpoenaed, then you got to turn right back to, and they might not fry you, but they're going to fry that poor security guard because he shot 95 or.
Why not let that be? Why not let that be an instructor choice whether they keep the documentation, and all the state requires is a pass or fail.
I mean, that's fine, but there again, you got to realize that if they ask for it, you got to turn it over. If you keep records, that's all I'm saying.
Right.
We have
Well,
to
yeah.
keep the record.
Yeah, you have to keep the record, but I mean, the way we kept up the score, we just counted 1, 2, 3, 4. When we got to 42, I put a P up there. And
Refresh
I
my
moved to the
memory,
next target.
Leroy. Didn't the handgun permit? Didn't we have to keep the targets for so long?
For a short period of time. We started off not doing that. Then they did it, and they came out and audited, and they saw everybody's files were like this deep for 3 classes as opposed to this deep for 3 classes. So they stopped that.
Right.
And at that point, we were submitting actual scores, and then they changed it where we don't have to submit the score. We submit, the pass or fail.
So, is there anybody on the panel that's here right now? Y'all are all armed instructors. Is there anybody here that would be opposed to a pass-fail type situation?
Excuse me.
Just think, we did this 20, 30 years ago for a particular reason, and I don't see anything really bad about it, really.
If we do this for the qualification, is that going to be the same thing for the written for armed and written for unarmed? Pass or fail?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
I mean, a written.
So we're going to do a pass or fail for firearms.
For firearms.
But written examinations, you're saying leave the number. Is that what you're saying, Frank? Yeah. I don't know.
Asking.
Department of Safety doesn't require that score either. It's just pass or.
They just want to pass or fail. Well, I mean, we could keep it as Donald told me earlier. Use the KISS method. We could keep it simple, stupid.
I think under the statute too, it just says, have you passed 70%? So I don't think from our perspective, we really care if it's, you got 90%, 99%, or 70%. So, I mean, if everyone's in agreement that that's fine, just pass. We can do that should be able to do it without a statute change or rule change.
And I really didn't think about doing that, but it would keep it simple across the board. We'll just do it all pass or fail.
We might need to change the form. Doesn't the new form ask?
You mean the new training form?
Yes.
The only.
Yes,
the
it does.
only,
Yes, it does.
I don't think it.
Yes, it does.
It just says score. It doesn't say anything about
Got one pulled
percentage.
up right there.
There's
Scoring
nowhere
a-
on that form it says anything about a percentage.
Scoring a line, is that it?
Well,
Yeah, it just says date and score.
I think you could write pass, but I think most people are going to read that as the number if it says score. I mean, I think just to make it clear, if that's what we're going to go towards, is just pass fail. Then for consistency, we probably just need to say pass or fail.
Yeah. I'm good with that, and we could just use a pass or fail. But I really think on the firearms thing that it would be good.
All pass fail.
All right.
I know Jeff doesn't really like it, but I still have trouble reading that form.
I've got another one created, and you never did give me the go-ahead, so it's just sitting there. But I want to say this about that. Here lately, I've been seeing a lot of them that they just leave the score off. just flat. I mean, I wish I had them. I could pull them up and show them to you real quick. It looks just like the one Blaze has got on there. Or maybe they do one. They say it's initial armed, and they put the date and score of the unarmed up there, but then they don't write anything else on there. Or they don't write anything down at the bottom. They don't have the trainer's name, email address, anything.
Take your license.
So
wouldn't have a quorum.
So somebody
Stop.
tell me what that problem is. I mean, I honestly don't know.
No, we don't know either because we can't have simple or form, then we changed the form.
Send all of our students to go to the certified trainers to get trained because we need someone to teach them how to do it. What are we doing to train the trainers to make sure that they can fill out the forms, that they can train correctly? I mean, all these things. I'm just saying.
I've been. That was the first thing I told Cody 4 years ago. I said we need to be training our trainers ourselves because that's the way we did the Hunter Ed program. We trained our trainers the way and told them how we wanted them to do things, and we need to do that.
Trainers coming in and bring something. Maybe you have somebody.
Donald has an assistant. She's a certified trainer too.
I say yes, dear.
Yeah.
That's your wife?
Wow.
And I can always tell when she's on vacation.
She's got more attention than you.
That's what I mean.
They're not pointing their finger at you, but they're just saying.
Who's just saying?
I'll send it back and I'll say, Carol out of the office this week.
That's bad now.
I like to give him a hard time. It keeps him honest. But anyway, all right, so we'll think about that. Now, as far as the scoring down here, if we're going to do the pass-fail, then Blaze, you can do all the math you want to come up with that passing score. I just like 42 hits out of 50 or 35 out or whatever. It's just complicated to keep up with it because it's hard sometimes to read. Okay, is this a one-pointer or two? I mean, to me, it's just complicated, but that's okay. If that's the way you want to do it.
It's up to the trainer.
Just come up with a pass or fail. All right. Let's see and that's it. That's it. So that's all I've got on that. Now, what y'all saw was really, really simple. We do have some more stuff. Okay, so there's that. We did stoppages during our qualification too. You do that too, don't you, Blaze? Do you set up stoppages when you're doing the qualifying round? Make them recover and fix a problem or reload or whatever?
Yeah, it's all in that video.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's been a day or two since I saw the video, but. As Blaze. Let's see. Want to use holsters? I know this is a big thing, but we really need to be using. When you're using holsters, make sure your people are not looking in the holster. There's no thread in the holster. Grip. Y'all know this. You know when you watch somebody and they pull their weapon and they got this much of the back strap above their hand, what's going to happen? They're probably going to have a failure to feed, right? Or a stovepipe.
Well, let's go back to holster. I'm still kind of confused.
Yeah, I would. Yes, I think you should. Carrying in your pocket.
Train that often and don't have these ranges y'all have.
My philosophy is if you don't carry it in a holster, you're going to change your gender.
But I thought the suggested curriculum already requires that they be taught how to present from a holster. But I thought we agreed on if, yes, it's in there. Presentation, well, it says drawing from a holster. Yeah, but when they go to the range, there's some places that won't allow. I think we meet the standard if we practice with an unloaded gun or with dummy rounds in the classroom, and then when they go to the range, if they can't draw, they've already at least been taught how to draw and do it correctly the day before. That's the way I understood it. But if you can shoot on the range, obviously from presenting from the holster, that's what probably people are doing.
And I've been saying that all along. We can't make this mandatory shoot from a holster, and because then Donald's going to have to figure out somewhere else to shoot. He's going to have to come to Jackson and shoot in Frankie's backyard. And Frankie's probably going to charge him to do that, right?
Sir.
But all jokes aside, you know, we got to make sure we don't alienate somebody. But shooting from I think it's just an absolute no-brainer. They need to be shooting from a holster. Just because, hey, we all just got through going over to the farmer's market and having lunch over there, and Archangel is over there working. What if all those guards over there were walking around with their pistols in their hands?
I think it's just they need some requirement for the holster, because on the range you're going to holster your weapon and reload your magazines. You got to have somewhere to put your. I know in the handgun class they always said just bring a box and lay it, on the floor or what. I mean on the ground, but this is a little different. So I mean you're holstering your weapon on the firing line to reload and stuff like that. So you can't do that without a holster.
I don't think it's a bit hard that we're thinking that people ought to be having a holster, even if it's a $30 Uncle Mike's or a $12 one. That's better than nothing.
Sure, and just on that, and I don't know how you guys feel, but I would certainly, when we're talking about holsters, make people aware of some of the dangers of the Serpa style holsters. I personally don't let those in my classes just because they're more prone to accidents. So not just any holster, I'd specify that one out.
Well, and that's my only thing about that is I don't know how you do that.
Oh, I put it on my website. I will not allow those holsters in my classes. And there's plenty of places around the country, major gun schools, that will not allow that holster.
Okay. Well, as long as you can do that and get away with it, I'm.
It's up to him. We're not going to start dictating the holster.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think we can. You can do that if you want to, but I don't think we can do that.
Well, I think
not easily.
I think what we'd be looking to do is to say something along the lines of a rule change that says when you're carrying your firearm on your person that it will be properly carried. So that way, we don't have someone who's carrying it in the, waistband of their pants, because that's not properly being carried. And that way, if you have a guard who, if you have an armed guard who maybe doesn't carry their firearm on them the whole time, maybe it's either in a safe or maybe it's, if they have a shotgun, for example, they're probably not going to be carrying that on them the whole time. That way, we're not saying your gun will be properly holstered at all times, because if they're working in an unarmed post or if they're not working armed with the firearm on them the entire time, that way they're not having an issue either. I think just saying while your gun is on your person, it'll be properly carried and or holstered. So that way, you have someone who's not putting it in their waistband because that's not properly holstered, or someone who's, carrying it around, that picture of the guy putting it in his face. We don't have someone walking around inappropriately. And we do have a statute that is similar to that says, you're not acting in an unprofessional manner that puts the public at risk.
Right.
And I think
130, isn't it?
Right. So if we had someone who was walking around, being, we had a complaint probably about a year ago, a security guard who, when he went to the restroom, left his holstered weapon and belt and pants all on the floor of the bathroom, and I guess changed his pants. I'm not really sure how it happened, but he left his firearm and his holster on the ground in the bathroom, and it was a bathroom open to the public, and left it there for several hours. Did not come back to retrieve it. So that's something where we look at that and say you're being unprofessional in a manner that could harm the public. And I think you could argue that with if you've got someone who's carrying a firearm in their pocket. Maybe that picture of the guy who's got the holster upside down, maybe that's something under that too. Some of it stretches a little bit with that, but If we do think that we need to add an additional one, I think we could do it as a rule.
So, are you good with holsters now? You're going to have to buy you a holster for your firearm.
Put mine in my pocket.
Got a pocket rocket.
Is it a Derringer? Is it a little
I'm
two-shot?
not telling you. I'm just speaking of maybe the
But the people that come there need to be, because they're going to be,
I'm a trainer.
they're going
If
to,
I want to bring in my little black box, what does it hurt me anything? It's in a yard.
Are you asking why you shouldn't be allowed to shoot like that?
No, why I shouldn't carry it there? He said it has to be in a holster.
When you're on the range qualifying, it has to be in a holster, is what he's saying. Why?
Well-
Because for the same reason that we're saying that we want to change it to pass, I would sit there on the stand and say, maybe you fumbled out of the holster when you were in the self-defense shooting and you harmed yourself or someone else. And I'll say, did you train? Did you qualify? Coming out of the holster where your gun lives in real life, did you train that way? Just like did you train with your self-defense ammo? Just like did you train in XYZ circumstance? The same logic can be applied, and I think that's what we're getting at.
So what we're saying, every armed guard has to have a holster.
Ms. Cody, let me try to simplify it. The handgun permit training, they didn't require you to have a holster. And so, because that's not as high level training as this is. And so they would allow you to come to the range and lay your gun on a box because the course of fire was only from here to here, like that, and that's it. Show me a safe and empty weapon and you're done. But in this course here, we're drawing from the holster and shooting. So you got to have a holster to do that. Am I explaining that right, Leroy?
I think so.
So some of the trainers might have some.
Well, the handgun permit,
Have those
yeah.
holsters, but I heard from somebody say the companies will give it.
I issue my man the firearm and holsters. Okay, so I'm just saying that to be a guard, you're going to have to carry that firearm in a holster, and it's going to be secured, level 3, and all this kind of stuff. So, and we're going to practice drawing from that holster, and we're going to practice loading and unloading, and you have to do that. You have to put it in that holster. So I think that's reasonable that they be required to have a holster. So if he's a my employee, I'm not going to train him without a duty belt and holster and magazine holder to do, to reload and all that kind of stuff.
I don't think we should dictate because, like the ones I showed up there, they're $250 to $275. Some of them. An armed guard. What do you pay your armed guards? $15 an hour? 20?
No.
I get some for that. About 25, yeah.
45?
I said about 25.
25. Okay. Frank, what do your armed guards make?
Depends on where you work.
Range.
16 to 25.
Okay. Okay, so
I think that
mean,
goes back to the properly holstered. I mean, I think that's the whole thing is we're saying this needs to be properly holstered. So that way if someone does want to use the cheaper friction holster versus the level 2 versus level 3, I don't think we need to be dictating and saying.
just need to have it in a holster.
Okay, I'll go with that. We'll have a holster.
One other issue, if they're carrying a quality gun that's manufactured and sold to a lot of people, the holster will be easier to find in all these different levels. If you have just, I'll say, any gun that's made in 9mm, you may not be able to find a level 2, 3 holster for it because there's no demand for it.
I've been looking for a high point level 2 for a minute. I will find one eventually.
Perfect point. All right. So, let's see. Is there anything? Now, I did, so what I showed just a few minutes ago was just like the 2 to 3 yard line, 30 rounds. Now I go into, you can do, and I sort of did, this is kind of what you do, I think, Blaze, or similar to it. I may have done this before you sent me that, or I don't know, but anyway, it's just one way of doing it. You can do 2 or 3 round sequences. So here we go. 3 rounds in 2 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. And of course at 2 to 3 yards, it's kind of hard to miss target at that. Do all of this. We got dominant hand, non-dominant hand, or ever what you want to call it. We issued a challenge where you pull it out, you scan, reholster. So did you shoot every time you pulled your weapon? No. And then you return holster or return weapon to the bench. So if you're at a TWRA range, it doesn't let you use the holsters, then you lay it back on the bench each time. 30 rounds, 15 rounds. Got in here to stage a dummy round. Did I put that? Yeah, I've got in here to stage a dummy round. So, you know, you want to, when you're doing all this, you want to encounter a stoppage, and you want to be able to fix it. And y'all are instructors. You know, you can identify a lot of times. I'm gonna have trouble with that guy. But some people just absolutely come unglued when they have a problem, and they don't, and they just fall apart. Okay, so the stoppages are in. Stoppages are here. 4 rounds in 5 seconds. You're going to do that 3 times. You're going to issue a challenge. And you don't have to do that every time, but do it in every sequence. Issue a challenge. I've got it written in there a couple of times, but 10-yard line. You're gonna do 5 rounds there. Plus. So what I said there was it had to be, I thought it should be 12, 15, or just anything over 10, maybe. And then my question I talked about earlier, what do y'all think about the ammo thing? I mean, I think that's going to be a great big can of worms probably, but I can't imagine. It'd be like me going hunting and I've never shot this ammo before. I mean, that is ethically, that's unethical to go hunting with a gun you've not shot or ammo that you've not. Whether it's going to or it's going to hit. Same thing with your firearm that you're carrying on duty. I mean, like I said, I had a pistol one time that wouldn't fire certain kinds of ammo until I worked on it a little bit. But how did I know that? Only because I tried it. So I'm a little bit concerned about people carrying a type of ammo that they've never shot before. Now, do I think they need to shoot 50 rounds of it? Absolutely not. Because sometimes 20 rounds cost the same thing that 50 do. Sometimes. So no, I don't think that you should have to do that, but I think you need to know. Mix it up. Out of those 50 rounds, 5 of them need to be what you plan to carry on duty. What do y'all think about that? You ever give it much thought?
I was just to say that when I train federal guys, they're required to qualify with what they carry.
Right.
But their department provides it. Some of these guys, they come in there, they almost can't pay for the class.
Right.
Much less pay for
I'm
some premium
concerned about
ammo.
that too.
Yeah, and that's what I'm running into is them being able to afford premium ammo. Although I agree with the sentiment, but I think at the end of the day, if you're paying $1.50 per round, to get to shoot the premium stuff, like I said, I have them balk at just shooting reloads.
Do you know of anybody that carries Full Metal Jacket on the job?
They do if it's the cheapest they can get.
Anybody have a problem with that? What's your issue with it?
I agree with what Donald was saying completely. Like I said, I train kind of part-time for 3 or 4 different companies, and I know one of them, again, lets them shoot up their defensive ammo every few years, because they need to replace it. So they get to shoot it some. And then a lot of guys furnish their ammo for other companies, and it's an expensive issue. I think that's what they should do. But again, I don't know affordability for some people, how they would do it. That's just me, but they should do that. I agree.
But the alternative is they're gonna load up with Full Metal Jacket and go work with it. Now, what's your issue with that?
My issue with running Full Metal Jacket, especially full power rounds, is the fact that it's great at punching holes in paper. It's also really good at punching holes in people. And unless you're running a subsonic Full Metal Jacket round, in which case the ballistics entirely change, which is also not a good idea, it's just not prudent because you're putting other people at risk. The 9mm round will sooner go through a person than, let's say, a high-powered 223-556 round will.
Y'all feel like we need to have another meeting, or y'all trust us to handle this from here out?
If what you have on here and we got a copy of it, I'm good with it.
I trust you.
I'm good.
I think at this point too, we've covered all of the training and the testing. So the next stage, if everyone's good with everything, Jeff can make the changes we've discussed today, and then we'll send that up to the assistant commissioner, and then if they've got any changes, we can look at scheduling a meeting after that just to regroup and see if there are any changes that need to be made. But I don't think we would need to set anything in stone right now if everyone's flexible with saying we can meet after this has been approved.
This, all this that I've put together, I've always said the commissioner will look at it, and he'll either say that it's wonderful and let's go with it, or he'll say it's a piece of junk, start all over, or somewhere in between.
Are you ready to adjourn?
I hope it's somewhere in between. Yes.
All right.
Closer to.
I think we have completed the course today. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I'll make that motion.
Hey, do we need to?
Make a motion to approve the outline.
Yeah, do we need to do that?
Yes.
Okay. Can we do that first, Cody?
Okay, we have a motion to approve the presentation as presented.
Make the motion to approve the presentation as presented today.
Second the motion.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, we have a motion and by Leroy Ferris and second by Blaze Lane to accept the presentation as presented. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? The ayes have it. Now, I think I had a motion to adjourn by Frankie Lax. Do I have a second?
Second by Blaze.
All right, we have a motion to adjourn by Frankie Lax and a second by Blaze Lane. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We're adjourned as of 3:07. Thank you.
I would like to say thank you
To
for
everybody.